Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of the weekly floppy wrap up or the weekly comic wrap up. And this week we have an incredible special guest, Gem Mint from Gem Mint Collectibles. Dude, we are so stoked to have you on. So
when you said that, I was going to say who, Kyle?
Well, Kyle, yeah,
Kyle,
we've gotten used to Kyle.
But thank you for having me. When you guys asked me to do this, I was like, good. I just read it for the first time. It's fresh on my mind, and there's so much to talk about when it comes to Miracleman. And I guess you guys do the weekly comic wrap up. We got to talk about Ultimate Spider-Man issue 1 for sure.
Absolutely. And we'll be talking about that after we go through the first book of the Miracleman storyline by Alan Moore. And so we're going to take a look at that today. We're going to do kind of like a retrospective, a discussion, also kind of like, I feel like an analysis, because like the dialogue in this book is so in-depth. Some of the controversies behind the scenes, like the meta-analysis of this book, there's so much within Miracleman that I had never really heard of before that we're going to talk about on this stream tonight. That I'm really excited for. So thank you all for being here. Really stoked. And once again, thank you, Gem. Now, Drew is kind of our aficionado, if you will, when it comes to Miracleman. And the three of us, Kyle, Drew, and I, have been talking about this for months, 6 months, maybe. I forget the last time. Yeah,
a long while.
And we were saying like we gotta do like a full video series. So thankfully, Gem, we reached out to Gem, and he just put out a fantastic video on his channel of going through the omnibus. So if you guys want his kind of retrospective in a little bit, like 17 minutes, I think it is.
Well, it also is broken down into like non-spoilers, and then you get a fair spoiler warning. So I give you kind of the gist of it, a little bit of the background on who Miracleman is, because I have never heard of Miracleman. This omnibus came out, it was sent to me. I was like, this looks lame, man. What is this, Golden Age Flash or not Flash, Shazam? And then as I was asking my group, like, hey, what omnibus should I read next? Everybody was saying Miracleman. And I didn't even know it was Alan Moore because he's not credited in this book. Like Max said, there's so much controversy. There's like 2 big controversies we're going to talk about that surrounds Miracleman. But I'm a huge Alan Moore fan. Like everything I read, from Swamp Thing to Watchmen, everything that he does is gold. And this might be the best one he's done.
Isn't that wild? Is like they're so, and Drew we'll talk about this in just a second here, but like this was some of Alan Moore's like first work. Like this was the Alan Moore that we didn't even know before Superman, Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, like you said, the Swamp Thing. Like this is Alan Moore before all of that, which is just so incredible. And looking at Miracleman, you kind of go like, who's this square? Who's this nerd over here? You know what I mean? And turns out he has so much depth, and the amount of characterization between Miracleman and his like other persona, or vice versa, his like, what's his actual name?
Mike Morin.
Yeah, as like Mike Morin versus Miracleman. Like there's just so much depth to the character, and I cannot wait to get into it. So before we do that, Drew, do you kind of want to give us a meta-analysis, if you will, the beginnings of Miracleman, because he was not originated in the 60s. Alan Moore did not create him. This was his first iteration. Is that correct? This type of
that type
golden
of art,
age era.
Yes. Yeah. This actually was done for the collection later on, kind of a prologue chapter leading into Alan Moore. I think this was actually written by Alan Moore, this prologue, leading into it, because it ends in the Nietzsche quote.
That's right. Yeah.
But so I'm going to try to, because Jim Mint did a great job summarizing it, but I'm going to try to duplicate it here. So effectively, Fawcett Publications, they had Captain Marvel. In England, a publishing house in England, they wanted to reprint the Captain Marvel stories over here. And eventually there was a lawsuit between National Periodicals and Fawcett Comics because Superman was too similar to Captain Marvel. So they had to stop publishing Captain Marvel comics. And the publishers in England were like, oh my God, we're running out of Captain Marvel stories. What the hell are we going to do? We need more stuff to print. So they go to oh my god, I'm blanking. I'm put on the spot. I forget Mick Anglo, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Actual creator of now he was Marvel Man in England. So they go to him, ask him to create this character, but the publishers tell Mick Anglo, make him not too similar, but similar to Captain Marvel. We're just going to take these stories, alter them a bit, and essentially you have Captain Marvel redone now as Marvel Man. And if you look at you can't argue it. You can't argue. There's no argument there. It is.
So let me jump in. What's funny about this is that you have Captain Marvel, who the company who would later become DC sues so that they can't use Captain Marvel. Later on, Marvel would sue Captain Marvel for the name, and they would have to change that character to Shazam. Meanwhile, overseas, because they can't print Captain Marvel anymore, they create Marvel Man, and then that name later has to get changed to Miracle Man. So already you have this convoluted history. And to Drew's point, Mike Morin, a la Billy Batson, says the magic word. He says Komoda instead of Shazam to change into this Superman type of hero.
Yeah, and they both have these old wizard type people kind of giving them their powers. It's like it's the same origins. Come on, yeah.
Then you have the Marvel family, and then you have the Miracle Man family. So you have it's a ripoff Shazam at the end of the day.
Yes.
Before Shazam was Shazam, he was Captain Marvel.
100%.
It's wild, man. Yeah. And so this is all like, if you guys want to know a little bit more, chat, if you guys want to understand Miracle Man a little bit more, know where we're getting all this information, the first thing I'd check into, or I'd look into, is the Miracle Man Omni. And actually, if you guys go to Organic Price Books, you can use code, what is it, Gem?
Gem Mint.
Code Gem Mint to get $2 off of that omnibus, which everyone has. So it's actually pretty great. So you can either do that, or Drew, I think you have, what's the novelization? The Poison Chalice or something?
Yes, I've actually got 2 books here. One of which we're going to talk about later. Jim talked about. We're going to one is Poison Chalice, the extremely long and incredibly complex story of Marvel Man and Miracle Man, here. You can get that online. And the other one we're going to talk about, because this is where it gets very interesting, The World versus Todd McFarlane. This is when we're going to get into the Neil Gaiman.
And that stuff is not collected in the omnibus, so I'm still new on it. I only know about it when Drew was over here, and he was we were doing the podcast, and he was talking about how Todd McFarlane thought he had the rights at one time and produced a statue, just to later find out he didn't actually have the rights. So you have this kind of tumultuous, how do you say?
Tumultuous.
Tumultuous
inception with Captain Marvel stuff, but then you have, it's like a cursed character. It happens again later on after the Alan Moore stuff, and I guess before the Neil Gaiman stuff is what's currently happening, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in between, got you.
And then Kyle, I think you have Komoda, which is the magazine format that kind of gives even more backstory, right? Yeah. So there are so many different resources out there to understand who the character is, and kind of the meta of what the character means in our in human terms, you know what I mean? Not in the story, but just in pop culture in general, and what he has meant to other people, and what that looks like. And just the licenses and all the different the drama behind the scenes. That stuff is so interesting. So chat, if you guys want to look into that a little bit more on some of your free time, those are all great resources for you guys to check out, and I would highly encourage y'all to do so. But if that is a little bit too confusing, or if it's like, you know what, I don't really need to know too much about that, I just want to know the story, we are going to get into that right now, because it is probably, like Jim said, Alan Moore's best work, if not one of his best works.
Yeah, it's hard because he has so many bangers, but it's almost like with musicians, oftentimes their first album is their best. So it's like when you say that, it's like, it doesn't really surprise me. He came out swinging. He grabbed this existing character. They published over 300 issues of Marvel Man overseas. I mean, he was a huge thing. They had fan clubs, they had toys, they had everything you could think of. So he takes this rip-off character from the Golden Age, was published throughout the Silver Age. He grabs it in the mid-'80s, and he totally takes a left turn with the character, really playing with the idea of what happens to Mike Morin when he changes into Miracleman. What happens when Miracleman, where does he go when he changes back to Mike Morin? He kind of plays with this concept and then just blows the lid off of it.
Yeah. And to that point, I think it would be, because Miracleman was initially, or Alan Moore's iteration of Miracleman was initially published in Warrior Magazine issue number 1, which we'll see here in just a second. And it's all black and white. This is the first page. But what we get to see, I mean, Warrior Magazine.
And along with, don't forget, Max, V for Vendetta at the same time appeared in the same magazine.
Yeah.
Wow, that's right.
Yeah, table of contents right here, V for Vendetta. Damn, came out swinging. So it's crazy because you look at some of the anthologies that Drew and Kyle and I, you guys know that we read these every single week, and some of these anthology series that come out, they're just abysmal. So imagine like a no-name writer coming out of the gate and creating a Miracleman or V for Vendetta. That
at the same time, man.
Yeah, at the same time. That's wild.
And on top of it's the British format where you only have 5 to 7 pages to tell your story from beginning to end. So these chapters, Max, we have to remember, people watching this need to remember, when Marvelman, aka Miracleman, was released originally in Warrior, it was only 7 pages at a time. That is it.
That's always like how I feel about the Barry Windsor Smith Weapon X. Because
Marvel Comics presents.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite Wolverine.
You had to flip it upside
time.
Down or something, right?
Yeah, to read the story, the story on the other side.
Yeah,
and so you get Barry Windsor Smith, and you go, how do we capture an audience and create something brand new for Wolverine that adds to the character, doesn't take away. We don't need to deconstruct him. Let's add to his story and make him even more complex. And you have 7 pages to do that. And
that's actually a great analogy now that I think about it, because that Barry Windsor Smith gave us the origin that we now know of Wolverine. Before, he just had claws on his gloves. You didn't know what was going on, but he's the one that gave him the whole Weapon X background. But yeah, man. But Alan Moore goes a little bit further. So we're not going to spoil books 2 and 3 because Max hasn't gotten there yet.
Yes.
And it essentially gets reprinted as 16 issues. So it first comes out as chapters within Warrior Magazine. Then it gets reprinted as 16 individual comics that are now broken down into chapters, like 4 chapters each, kind of a thing.
Yeah. So a little fun fact: the series was left on a cliffhanger in the middle of, I think, book 2, I believe, issue 21 of Warrior Magazine, because that was when Warrior pretty much ran out of money. They were done. They were going to shutter the doors. Alan Moore was getting ready to move on with Alan Davis. Like, they were done until Eclipse came along and said, "Hey, we want to publish Miracleman. We want to reprint the stories, and we want them to continue." And that's where the deals get even murkier. All the hand, like the he said, she said, the verbal agreements.
Well, first of all, shout out to Eclipse for being like, "Holy shit, what is this? We can't let this die." Like, so I mean, still they saved it from obscurity and oblivion and brought it to press. Although, again, it would cause a lot more turmoil, but we'll get into all that.
So yeah, this was the last issue of Warrior, issue 26. They ended
21
on this
was
one.
21 was the last one that Marvelman was in.
Ah, okay, all right. So this is officially the last Marvelman one, and then from there, yep, there he is. And then from there, we go to Miracleman issue number 1, and then here's the Eclipse logo. So this is where you get that first issue.
Oh, so
they begin to.
That's where they changed it from Marvelman to Miracleman when Eclipse got the rights.
Correct. Yeah, because they didn't want to get into a lawsuit with Marvel Comics. But the fun thing is, in that Komodo book that Kyle has, when Alan Moore submitted the pitch, he even proposed changing the name to Miracleman initially.
Correct. He thought he was, a little CYA, but it ended up being still. It couldn't save him.
Yeah.
Real quick before we get into the book, let me say, hail and welcome to Hail the Lore. And he says, Jem is awesome. I enjoy his channel
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Yo,
Yeah,
and somebody before, if you want to highlight before we went live, shout out to MG. Yeah, he was asking. So I actually produced that statue. We did it as a if you guys saw the video, it's an old school video, but it was what's nonprofit. But I did end up selling mine finally just because it didn't really go with my display anymore, and I was trying to do more 1/3 scale. So I do not have that. But awesome that you got number 19. That's the F. Henry Stewart variant, I think. But,
dude,
shout
that's
out
sick, MG. How
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, MG is he is one of our devoted fans and chatters here. He gets in on like all the original art and statue stuff as well. He's big into all that.
That's dope.
His character, though, I would say for the most part is like Spawn, and you can let me know as well, MG, in the chat. But like I would say probably one of your biggest, like I don't know if you know the artist Puppeteer Lee.
Of course,
but
I met
he's
him.
got-
I just met him in Singapore of all places. I was in
No
Singapore,
shit.
and their artist alley was stacked. John G. Yang, Art Germ was there, and what's Art Germ's protege? Ejiker.
I know Derek
no.
Derek Chu's one of them.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of proteges.
It's like EKjer or something like that. You know what I'm talking about. So he was there. Puppeteer Lee was there. Peach Momoko was there. And I took a picture with him and everything. So yeah, shout out Puppeteer Lee. He had some crazy
Dude.
Spawn stuff, man.
Oh, Puppeteer is one of my favorite Spawn artists currently, other than like Brett Booth. I
Oh,
think
Brett
the
Booth
two of those
kills it.
guys are just crushing it right now.
Mhm.
We've also got Lane Kramer. What's going on, brother? He says Jem looks so
That
Superman-ish there.
thumbnail. Yo, that thumbnail,
Yeah.
you guys have me looking nice, man.
We have to, man. Yeah, you're the
Appreciate
star of the show. Yeah. So fighting for freedom to save all the polystone and PVC in the world.
all the resin, all the
All the resin pieces. We've also got Josh. He says, "Damn, I've got you guys on the TV tonight." Okay,
only way
Josh.
to watch it,
Yeah,
baby.
I'm glad to hear it, man. Hopefully we look nice and
Yeah,
pretty on
right?
your widescreen. And congratulations to DJ Smith for becoming a member. Welcome to Max's Man Cave, brother. Thank you for becoming a member. You are too kind. You will get some exclusive perks, tons of videos and background stuff. So hopefully you enjoy that, MG, with some member streams as well. And then MG says, how does all this garbage relate to the Marvels? Because let's face it, they're the real heroes.
Oh, just
Hey,
wait.
what's-
We'll get there.
They inspired Marvel Man. Fun fact.
Exactly. I mean, she is the first Avenger, right?
Alan Moore was like, "We got it." Never mind.
What did he say? Or what's their catchphrase? It's like higher, further, faster, baby. It's like, oh boy.
All over this book.
All over this book. That's actually Miracleman's that's his catchphrase.
I think so.
Who's down with the MVP? You know me. Great to see you, Mark. And also a $5 super chat from DJ Smith. Dude, you're crushing it tonight. Thank you. He says, Jim, I need that $1,000 off discount for those stats.
I used to always
Man,
say
no
in
shit.
the omnibus world, these online retailers usually sell them for like 40 to 50% off. I'm like, where is that in the statue game? Because damn,
Yeah,
that's where we
Yeah.
really need it.
holy shit. And you know what? I've bought most of my omnis from organic price books, not because like, oh, you know, I'm supporting a creator or something. They legitimately have the best deals in the game when it comes to omnibus.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're the
We're-
shit, man.
yeah, they are super clutch. They always give you a good deal. I actually bought a statue from them as well. So
Well, JP, the owner, he was big into. He caught the bug. You know how it is when you get into statue.
yep, you
You're
got to
like,
get everything.
this is the best thing ever. Let me buy everything
Yeah.
up. And he caught that bug. So yeah, I know he's been selling some stuff too, man. But yeah, shout out to JP, super cool guy. He actually started in organic price books. He said my channel was an inspiration for him to do it, to make the hobby fund itself and to get it.
Wow.
And he has done that full time since then. So when he reached out to me, I was like, holy shit, this is so cool. And now we've been working together ever since.
Hell yeah, man. Well, what a great collab, because
All right,
you
come
know
on.
you're kind of like you're inspiring him,
Right.
and then he creates a company that is now sending thousands of books to now inspire other people
Yeah.
to create comics or make comics or read comics or create
Yeah.
comic book channels.
Yep.
So love it, man.
Yep.
We also have lovely Sherry. Hello and good evening to you. Mr. Least, I love this cover. Chose this for my Omni cover. Oh, was this one of the covers? I didn't know that this was.
No,
one of
it was the Eclipse Miracleman
Yeah.
#1 cover. Was the other
Oh,
option.
that's right. Yeah, it was. It was this guy.
I think Kyle, we got the same dust jacket on this one, right? The Thinker.
Yeah, all three of us got.
We got the same one.
I did that one as well.
Uh,
I actually, funny enough, I think I texted Drew and Kyle and I said, I don't know who this is, why he's cool, why I should read this, but I'm gonna buy the Omni.
yeah.
What cover should I get? They were all like, get the Thinker. That's probably the best one. Yeah, Bane, Gunslinger, and Spawn in that order.
Gunslinger before Spawn? That's blasphemous, man.
I don't know, man. Gunslinger.
No,
Put
Gunslinger's
Clint
dope.
Eastwood with Spawn. It's like
Javier.
Yeah.
We also have real horse. Look at that icon.
I didn't know that's what
love
it was.
Yeah.
It was small.
That's so funny.
Man, that is creepy.
Oh, it's the eyes. Yeah. Is this the video where she was like, where she says, "Is that a personal attack or something?"
That's to Chris Hemsworth. It looks like it.
Yeah. He goes, "Gem Mint. This is the crossover that we needed." Hell
Let's
yeah,
go.
dude. Yeah,
Not wanted,
I'm
but
glad to
needed.
hear it. Yeah, exactly. But well, thank you guys in the chat. Yeah, keep sending your love. We love seeing that. And as we go throughout the rest of the book 1 of Miracleman, yeah, we'd love to hear y'all's thoughts. If you guys have read this, if you guys know who Miracleman is, and then this will be a forewarning that there will be spoilers as we kind of get into the issue. So if you guys want, you can hang around, or later in the video, the guys and I will be going over some of the more modern books that came out. So like Ultimate Spider-Man, I think Wolverine came out this week, Transformers, Sacrificers. So if you guys want to stick around for that, we'll be doing that.
I would say the spoilers for book 1 are not really that big of a deal. Would you
That's
say?
fair. Yeah.
What about you, Drew, Kyle? I mean, I feel like if we were to spoil book 2 and 3 is a different story, but
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, 2 and 3 really get into Cookie Town sometimes, so that would be a little. it gets a little out there, so people would be a little confused. But yeah,
but there might be like if you want to go in blind, you got to read it. See, the thing is, we didn't get to this part yet, but Alan Moore is not credited here on the front whatsoever, and on the inside, he's credited as the original writer. So I didn't know this was an Alan Moore book. So I mean, and if you're like me, I'm a kid that I grew up in the '90s, reading Spider-Man, watching cartoons. I had no idea who Miracleman was, who Alan Moore was, until I got into the collected edition game. But yeah, when I found out, I think I was even reading this, and I posted in my Facebook group, "Yo, this shit feels like Alan Moore," and they're like, "Yo, it is Alan Moore." And I was like, "Oh shit," because you could tell even the art style, the dialogue, it feels like you're reading Swamp Thing or Watchmen or. Not so much V for Vendetta because that art style is a little bit different, but it definitely felt and looked like an Alan Moore, Alan Davis team up.
A little fun fact: before Gary Leach was picked to do the art, one of the original choices was David Lloyd, the artist for V for Vendetta.
Yep.
Oh, I love the artwork on this first book, or this first chapter, whatever you want to call it. Now I think in later issues the art seems to kind of wax and wane a little bit. It goes like down and up, and but whatever they're doing with this first book here, I'm all over it. Now the other thing that we'll note, and because Jim, that's a great point. So Alan Moore, I will say well, Kyle, I think you said Kooky Town. Alan Moore is a bit Kooky Town. I mean, he's a wizard, and he's like, all this crazy stuff. He has completely removed his name from like any DC titles or anything that he's done from them before. I think at this point he's like, yep, I don't want any royalty.
Well, I think DC has to publish his books once a year in order to even maintain the rights.
Correct. Yeah, and that's what pissed Alan Moore off, because he was told. He was told that when he was doing Watchmen, they're like, oh yeah, trust me, you're going to get the rights back to this because we're not going to be reprinting this, whatever . But that's what he was told. But sure enough, they kept reprinting it. He never got control of it back.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, I don't know him personally. So when I talk about his work, I think I'm just talking about his work. I just know that he's a kooky wizard and has like really wild takes.
He
So I'm
worships
just
the
kind
snake
of
god or something.
yeah. So
But,
I tend
what's
to
cool
just
is
enjoy the work for the work. But,
now, real quick, before we get into this,
Yeah.
one thing we need to touch upon with book one, well, Miracleman as a whole, you're going to see elements in this book that we will see in future titles like Swamp Thing or Watchmen or V for Vendetta. All these very familiar small elements that show up, they're going to be in his future works. This is where the groundwork is laid.
I believe it. I believe it. Now, one other thing I wanted to note before we get into it, because tonight we are actually going to be looking at the omnibus pages. But I did want to mention, just so that the chat is aware, and just so that if people who are viewing this, if they want to take a look for themselves, and Drew, you can speak a little bit more to this as well. But this is the coloring for Miracleman issue number 1 from Eclipse in the floppies. And this is the coloring for Miracleman issue number 1 from the Omni. So, like,
Yeah,
I mean,
even in the
this
trade,
look,
even in the trade,
the
I had
trade too?
the original Eclipse trade, like the coloring is slightly different.
interesting. Okay, so we have 3 different color variations of
Yes.
Miracleman.
In the black and white, right? Yeah.
Oh, in the black
And
and
the
white.
black and
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's a good
Right.
call, Jim.
So what do you guys
Art-
think about recoloring? Because like there's a recoloring of the Killing Joke within the Absolute edition, and I guess if you grew up with the original editions, you're gonna hate the recoloring. Me, it looks like they did it justice. Like it was kind of purple skin on a purple planet, and they kind of separated that to make it a little bit more distinct. But I could see where you lose a certain tone from that purple thing. Like look at V for Vendetta. Wasn't every page like kind of a solid color scheme, all blue
Kind of
or all
very muted,
yeah.
very muted colors.
Very muted, yeah.
right? So does it change the tone, giving it more color? I guess.
And I believe it does, Jim. That's a great point, because in the original Eclipse trades I got here, a lot of them are very extreme and bold. Like you'll see like a lot like that whole color on that one panel. Like there's one specifically. It's where after the fight with Kid Miracleman, when we're in the head of Johnny Bates, and he's like he's telling him trying to get out. In that panel, it's red. It is complete like red and black.
Hold on, what are you showing?
There it is.
Yeah,
kind of.
Oh,
It just looks black.
Yeah, it's kind of dark.
Sorry, it's complete red and black. So it's really showing like the anger, the craziness,
Yeah,
the
you lose
intensity of that scene. And in the Marvel Omni, that's gone.
Yeah, I can see that.
Interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what Killing Joke too. It took away some of the craziness when they kind of did a similar recoloring where the first one had like these weird funky colors and pastels, and the new coloring is like how you kind of see here, where it's more realistic, I guess you would say. But it takes away from some of that like craziness from Killing Joke.
I'll say there are some X-Men books, like especially with the X-Men Omnibus. There are some stuff like from Silvestri era books that I actually prefer reading the single issues, because the Omnibus almost like takes the colors and just like makes them super saturated, like oversaturated
On white paper rather than newspaper type of paper as well.
Exactly.
Right?
So some of that for me, when it comes to like the X-Men stuff, doesn't translate well. So I prefer to read the single issues for that. But for this Miracleman, I mean, I know this may be blasphemy, but I actually prefer the recoloring to the I know. To
I can see that, because from this example by itself, it looks more realistic, I guess, rather than he has a purple face in the original one, right?
Purple face, kind of like a teal suit.
But
Yeah.
you know,
Purple
that's the
planet.
charm in it. You know, it's kind of I liken it to if you're watching one of the old original Star Wars films. You got the errors and all in it, but then you have George Lucas going back, tweaking it, fixing it, fixing it, fixing it, fixing it. It's like you're losing that magic. You know, that makes it made it unique.
Yeah,
the charm. Yeah,
That's fair.
I can see that.
I will say, because even when they did the Lord of the Rings like 4K editions, the 4K enhances what's already there. It didn't necessarily like change tones or like complete or like what did Lucas do when he added like CGI animals in front of the camera and stuff? Like on the for those Lord of the Rings 4K editions, they never added anything. It's just enhancing the color grading and everything. But So, whereas this is like a
what-
complete change.
I'm sorry. One other thing about while we're on the subject is that what makes the Miracleman volume special is like the use of black, especially in the original issues and trades. You'll notice like the black very much sticks out. But you'll know, and one thing I don't like, another thing I don't like about the coloring in the Omni is that it kind of takes away the black. It really takes away that that mystery and fear. It makes things a little bit brighter. Not a big fan of that.
I see.
For sure, especially when Kid Miracleman, when they first meet Kid Miracleman, and the dialogue, the caption boxes are saying, "There's a storm." There's a storm coming, and you see this like impending doom and the eyes of Kid Miracleman within the storm. And you're just like, oh, this is so great. This is so incredible. Speaking of incredible, MG has also become a member tonight. Dude, MG, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. And you guys will get tons of awesome stuff. Like I said, access to member streams, access to videos behind the scenes. And if there's anything else you guys want to see on the members side, like maybe some book recommendations or some, little vlogs, let me know. I'd be happy to do that for you guys. So thank you again, MG. Appreciate it. So let me ask you guys this before we go over this first issue here. Since you guys have all read the Miracleman Omnibus, and I'm still on the first book or first chapter, if you will, what is your favorite book? 1, 2, or 3?
3.
Which is the book, Drew, where Kid Miracleman? You know what I'm trying to say? That one scene.
It's book. I think it's book 3 you're talking about.
That's my favorite book.
Yeah.
Okay. Issue 15. Is that what we're all thinking?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, issue 15 is kind of hard to top.
Because you root for the bad guy.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
All right. I'm interested now.
Because what to Jim's point is that I try not to spoil anything, but there's a buildup. There's like a gradual tease and buildup of Kid Miracleman
for like the whole run almost.
The whole run, yeah.
Because when I was reading this first book, I'm reading book 1, and it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's just because Drew, Kyle, you and I, or you guys, we do our Friday show every single week, right? Every Friday we're right here reviewing the books that came out this week, and it feels like we eat a lot of fast food. Unfortunately, some of it's super processed and it weighs you down, or it feels heavy, or it feels like garbage. And then sometimes you get like a 5-star steak. This felt like a Thanksgiving meal of just the best food imaginable. It's so interesting the different types of storytelling portrayed in this book. So book 1, I'm thinking like, man, I think I'm actually going to really like book 1 comparatively to 2 and 3. I don't know how it can get better. So the fact that you guys say that book 3 is your favorite.
It's just because Alan Moore explores every avenue that you want him to explore.
That's cool.
From from the Miracleman origins. Well, first of all, I love how it starts out. Miracleman, Marvel Man was a real comic from back in the day. It picks up and it looks like that. And for the first couple of pages, you're almost like, oh, what is this? A cheesy, like, what's the catchphrase that like Kid Miracleman has, or young
Holy Macaroni?
Holy Macaroni. Yep. It's like Jiminy Jilliker, like from
yeah.
And even another Simpsons reference. Scroll down to where it zooms in on the eye. Have you guys ever seen this? Yeah. I'm sure everyone has seen the Simpsons in Australia episode, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So at the end, when the koala is hanging on the plane, and it's like boom, 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 and this is literally going from Golden Age Miracleman into 1985 Alan Moore's Miracle. Well, 1982 technically, from the Golden Age to modern times, and ever from this page forward, it's nothing like the Golden Age version of Miracleman. Right. So I just love that little aspect. Like Alan Moore was like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. Let's grab Miracleman. Well, let's grab Marvel Man. Let's call him Miracleman. Let's start the first 3 pages off from that era and then bring him into now. And then let's go fucking crazy. Let's explore what happens when he switches. Let's explore how he has these powers to begin with. And just the levels and layers that get peeled back is crazy.
And that's what's wild. I love how, like you said, Jim, there's the juxtaposition between, gee Willikers, Jiminy Christmas, holy macaroni, Captain Marvel or Marvel Man, Miracle Man. We got to save the day.
Yeah.
And there's some commentary later on how Miracle Man talks about his fight against evil was almost like playful, where they never really... Drew, maybe you can help me kind of word this or articulate this a little bit better, but they were never really like killing each other. It was almost like a back and forth.
Game. It was a game. Yeah.
Right. And that's almost kind of how you feel when you read these Golden Age issues. It just feels like goofy. Like, look, he's like, "Oh, I got you, villain."
Yeah.
And
what's interesting about this is that this prologue, it's hard to tell. You can't tell where Alan Moore, Gary Leach, or Mick Anglo end and begin, because all three are credited on the prologue. So I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although, hold on, I think the omnibus does say that the prologue is by Mick Anglo.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, hold on, I could be wrong though, but I thought that.
Mick is credited, and so is Gary Leach, and so is.
You're right. They all are credited. Don Lawrence. Yeah. You're right. Damn, yeah, that's true.
And this really is this is why I say that there's almost kind of like a meta-analysis to Miracle Man, because you have Miracle Man in our universe, in like Earth, which is the Golden Age goofy Miracle Man that's had all these legal issues. But then you have the Miracle Man that is in the, universe of Eclipse and the universe of like Alan Moore's headcanon and what he's written. And that's completely different than what we're seeing in these Golden Age comics. And yet the Miracle Man that he writes about reminisces on this old Golden Age era of himself and remembers, which is this whole first book, A Dream of Flying. He remembers these moments.
Yeah. Now, Max, they go deeper into that, into book 3, I want to say it is. So just, it doesn't stop here. That whole... There's a reason behind that. All right, so let me just stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna spoil something. Yeah.
I will say, A Dream of Flying. It's lulling the reader into something very familiar. What we all know, we all dream, and a lot of us at one point or another have had a dream of flying. So this is something like a lot of people can relate to.
I love the dialogue in these caption boxes, because I don't know if you guys noticed this as well, but throughout all of book 1, there's a lot of references to things. So he talks about Kid Miracle Man being like a tiger, or the eyes of a dragon, or the wind is like the swirling silent blizzard. There's like references to, he's trying to really kind of give you an understanding of how we would see things, or how we would feel things, even though this godlike figure would never be able to describe it to humans. I feel like, right?
Yeah, terms people can understand, people can relate to.
Yeah, because when you learn about his powers, he is a god, right? He is the, as Nietzsche would say, the Übermensch, which is why this quote, Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, thus spake Zarathustra, which is the I believe it was a prophet or a belief that kind of got rid of the morality and background of like Christianity, but kind of had this new ideal of the Superman or the Übermensch, which I thought was kind of interesting. Let's see. But yeah, there, like some of the stuff in here I was gonna read, and there's more as we go on, but like gaudy and cautious moths, his companions plunge towards the horror, leaving him in their wake. Can't they see? Don't they know what happens next? He also calls the spaceship like a bloated spider. Just stuff like this where I'm like, what's he trying to say? You know what I mean? Like when I think of a bloated spider, I think of something that is creepy, that's haunting, that causes impending doom. Maybe it's deathly, right? Or which is
what this does, because I think it's in book 2. They talk about like what how they took him out or in this one, but
what this event means. This event, and it's funny. Like we go from the Golden Age version, then we go to Mike struggling in his sleep, and he's dreaming about the events from the prologue, and he's dreaming about what he doesn't even know yet is the last events of that team up, and this is him now waking up from this dream, which is essentially their final battle.
Yeah, that's right. And yet he still can't put his finger on like what it means. And he's his wife even says, you've been having these dreams for years now, and he has a migraine. He's trying to deal with this, and he's like, just something's not right. But he has to go to work. He has to make ends meet. He has to support him and his wife. And
she's the breadwinner in the family. She's making more money than he is.
But hold on, you know what's funny, Max? If you guys read Ultimate Spider-Man issue 1, that's a very similar vibe to this Miracleman issue of Peter feeling like something's off, that he's not, something's missing, something is not right, and that's the same Mike Moran vibe that we're getting right now.
That because in Ultimate Spider-Man, his calling is like, I feel like I'm called to something greater,
right?
Which is his purpose, that Superman or whatever.
Yeah.
So same thing going on here.
Yeah. So he ends up going to where? Remind me again. He was on his way to war.
He's going to the Larksmore for this nuclear plant that's opening up, and this is back during the early This is 1982. Nuclear power was a very fearful thing. People were afraid of nuclear power. And so there's a kid holding up a sign, out of absorbance and radiation. So that's one of probably Alan Moore's commentary in the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And these guys kind of take over and start to herd this group of individuals into this like power plant, I want to say it is.
Yeah.
And as they're doing so, Mike Moran begins to kind of collapse under the weight of his own migraine. He just can't take it anymore. And as he's being, dragged away by these criminals, he sees Atomic on the side of the window pane or whatever it is, and says the word that he has been looking for this whole time, which is Komoda, which then turns him into Miracleman. And he hasn't been this for
20 years.
20 years? Yeah.
20 years later.
And he finally realizes who he is.
Yep.
I don't know if this was just a sign of the times or like how Alan Moore wanted to have these guys speak, but it's kind of that throughout the book, there seems to be like a theme of the Superman, the Jesus Christ, the God-like form, the figure. Because every time a villain sees Miracleman, they always say like, oh, Jesus Christ, or like, oh, Jesus, man, I can't believe this. And I don't know if that's just him, saying, oh, that was the terminology for the
no, that is very much intended, Max, because it's going to be very, it's going to be very, very clear in book 2, in an issue that Chuck Austin wrote or did the art for. He's in a very familiar form in one of the chapters in book 1, when they're discovering his powers, when he has a conversation with Liz. We'll get to it, but biblical allegories are very, very intentional in this.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't want to attribute any subtext to something that might not be there, but I'm glad to hear that is something that is a core theme within the book. But yeah, man, this image, man. I mean, imagine the feeling of pure free, like you've been trapped in a 40-year-old man's body this whole time. You've just been disheveled and waking up to nightmares, and you're just like trapped in this awful job, and I don't have anywhere going with my life. And I remember the word that makes me a almost literal god, and you get that with this artwork.
Just one moment of happiness right there.
Yeah, right. And then it all goes down from here. No. Let's see. And then, this was, so he goes back home once he figures out who he is, and he goes back home to his wife, Liz, right?
Yep.
And this was tough to read because he begins to tell her about who he is, what he is, what happened to him and his two proteges, right? Young Miracleman and Kid Miracleman. And she begins to laugh at him.
She is us. She is us in this instance, Max. Imagine like you're her, and you're familiar with like stories like this, the comic book stories, and this guy's telling you, yes, this astral god told me this harmonic note that allowed me to change into this god. And she's like, what the hell are you talking about? Seriously? And it just sounds crazy. It sounds ludicrous.
And then at the same time, though, Miracleman, he's not offended. He's as happy as he could ever be. He basically tells her, hey, just look, chill out. I'm going to make some coffee. Everything's going to be okay. Yeah. And their relationship doesn't end here. There is so much more that happens with them. And the whole like kind of, I don't know if this would be a spoiler, but let's say you're Miracleman and you have sex with your wife as Miracleman, but then you change back to Mike Morin. Do you feel now like that your wife was unfaithful? Do you feel like you can never live up to Miracleman as just being, because remember, he could say the words and switch back and forth like Billy Batson and Shazam. So they play with that. And then there's other aspects that they play that Alan Moore plays with later on in the future chapters.
I really do like that exploration of, am I inferior to my other self? You know what I mean? Like,
or is it myself? Is it someone else? Like,
yeah. Is it just a totally different person, or is it me? Because even Liz says at one point, she's like, "But it's you. Like, you're the one who got me pregnant." And he's like, "No, he's everything I'm not."
So that is in book one, then.
Yeah.
Okay,
all
cool,
this
cool,
is
cool.
yeah. So he's like, but he thinks better than me. He looks better than me. He's everything he's that I'm not.
Yeah.
He is. And it really makes you think like, fuck, man. Yeah. What would you, I don't know, Kyle, you just had a kid. If you had an alter ego, that
if Kevin had a baby child,
if Kevin was this svelte 6'4",
he can
like
fly and he's invulnerable.
all this great stuff, and your wife was like, "Yeah, I love both of you. Because you're both the same guy."
But in this instance,
one of them
they're not though. Like they share the same brain, but like same memories, but they're really separate people. And so it gets into that, and it's like, oh god, and that's just the tip of the iceberg with this character. So there's a lot.
Yeah, that is one.
Here.
And isn't that the beauty of the characterization of Miracleman, is that like that's just one sliver. That's an ounce. It's a little teaspoon of what you're going to get with the development that Alan Moore gives us with this.
Yeah.
I do love the goofiness of Guntag Borhelm. It's like the name of the wizard that gives him the powers. Guntag Borghelm is just so golden age. I'm like, I love it. That's great.
Sounds like
all I want to say is
expressionist filmmaker.
All I want to say is read book 2 and book 3.
Yeah.
Oh no, is Guntag going to?
Yeah. If you think
just
that name's
read
weird,
book 2 and book 3, and
he's going to come back.
We'll revisit this.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm hoping that we get to do we'll do another live stream on book 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Next month at some point, and we'll get to do that as well. But yeah, no, this is a great little introduction as he's kind of giving us the reader, but also Liz, the background of who he is. But yeah, man, this just broke my heart though, because he's at one point he gets angry and he's like,
Damn it, my life
Liz,
you're laughing at. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was heavy, man, because like I've had relationships before where, I've told the women that I've dated, hey, this is what I'm really passionate about, or like, these are the things that I really love. And they're like, that's kind of fucking lame. You like comic books and Lord of the Rings and shit. And I'm like, damn it, this is what I
Yeah. So to your point, I didn't even remember that he does get offended by that. That's right.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, what else? Oh, and then this was kind of what we were talking about. He never really did anything really evil. It was almost as if we were all playing a game. And I think this is kind of Alan Moore's commentary on superhero comics in general, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like that, because back in the 50s and 60s, there were really no high stakes. I mean, a lot of those stories were one and done. They're
Sure.
all wrapped up,
Yeah.
had a happy ending, no cliffhangers or anything. And that was
Yeah.
kind of like him, as Alan Moore, showing respect for those, kind of incorporating those stories into this origin. And we will see why. We'll see later on how those stories are part of his origin in this.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
DJ Smith for $5. Dude, DJ, you are crushing it. Thank you, my man. I really appreciate it tonight. That is awesome. He says, you can see the what happened to the Man of Tomorrow coming from this issue. I see that. I think, Drew, you were saying that you see a lot of Swamp Thing and V for Vendetta.
And Watchmen, Watchmen.
Watchmen.
Yeah, I mean, another thing about that, this is also a Lovecraftian Cthulhu type story. We're going to get more of that into the latter books, but there's elements of all these things that show up in latter books that he writes.
Yeah. So Miracleman eventually remembers that there was an atomic bomb on that ship, and that the dream that he's been having is him reliving the death of his former self, and also the death of young Miracleman, who was like, I think he said there were two of him, two bodies crushed into one, and he was screaming. I couldn't hear him, but he was screaming.
Damn.
You know, just like really terrifying, nightmarish type of stuff.
Yeah, and there's also a little tease where we're going to get later on talking about the two bodies.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, we see two skeleton bodies here later in the lab that I have questions about.
I can't believe that's all in book 1 too. That's funny. Yeah, I guess they tease it in book 1.
Yeah.
And those were we just showed. Those were the first 2 stories in Warrior Magazine, part 1 and part 2.
Killer,
7 pages each.
Dude, imagine reading this.
Mind blowing.
1980 something. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, because the comics had just started. Like, when did the Dark Knight Returns come out?
86.
Oh, so this is before that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is 1982.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. Yeah. So this is his like greatest hits. This is, like you said, Jem. This was his first album that like came out.
Banger debut album, right?
Yeah. They normally have like an EP, but then their first one is just like, oh, killer. Yeah. So yeah, you kind of get this. Okay, he's back to real life. He gets a call from a mysterious person and finds out that it's actually Kid Miracleman who has called him. And he is the owner of, or like CEO of this like gigantic corporation. He's kind of your Tony Stark, if you will, your Lex Luthor, your Bruce Wayne,
Ozymandias.
Ozymandias.
Yeah.
And a little fun fact that the company logo, that's the actual Captain Marvel logo from Marvel back in like the
70s. Right.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Oh man, and this is why. So my LCS guy, he is like, Drew, if it's even possible, I think he might like Miracleman more than you do. I don't know if it's possible.
He had the Todd McFarlane statue.
I would have to ask him. I know he has. I think he has original art. I'm not sure.
Oh motherfucker! No,
that's always the one up, right?
I don't know though. I can't say for sure.
Well, but is his IDW Artifact Edition signed by Alan Davis?
No,
I don't think so.
That's pretty cool. But he was even like, he and I were talking about this, and he was telling me how he rereads it every year, and every year he finds something new about it, like some little, thing in the background or some moment of dialogue that he never really analyzed before. And you can do this with this book, which is so, impressive. But
yeah, and that's what's with Alan Moore. Everything he puts in here, every text box caption is intentional. Nothing is by accident. Everything is intentionally there. So if someone were to alter it or take it out, he wants no part of it. Case in point, the Marvel reprints. He wants no part. His name was nowhere near it.
That's actually a great point, because that was actually something I had in my notes when I was talking about this, or when I was reading this. Every word is intentional. You know what I mean? Like it just, every sentence, everything that he puts in here either has a payoff later or has a is drawing back to something from the past, or is it telling you about something that's happening now? Like everything has a intentional
or teasing the future.
So is that a good segue to talk about why or what was edited and the reason why he's not credited on here and wants nothing to do with it?
Ooh, if you guys want to.
Well, no, I
go into
think,
that,
because Marvel, well, it must have been when Marvel gets the rights eventually from,
Yes, in 2009.
and they reprinted it and they edited it. There were some slurs in there that Alan Moore had in the book. Marvel didn't want to reprint it and they censored it. And I guess that's all it took, tampering with his work, for him to say, listen, I don't want my name on this. You got the rights to do whatever you want. I don't want any part of it.
Yep, that's exactly it.
And I believe it, man. And I think because there have been plenty of conversations in schools and stuff about what's the book, Huckleberry Finn, I think it is,
right,
yeah.
How there are slurs in that book because of the time period that it came out. And so teachers are now removing it from their curriculum, or they're removing it from being able to be taught to kids, or having kids read this. And so it is kind of interesting that there is something very similar happening with this, where they also removed that word. Or I guess, I don't know if it was just that one instance or if there are multiple instances of that, but that's
the one like glaring one, but there's other small. Yeah, there's other small times, but that's the most glaring one.
That's the only thing that I recall seeing that was obviously edited. I was like, oh, this is blanked out or whatever. But
gotcha. This was probably one of my favorite parts in book one, though. When we get the realization, when you come to realization, you're like, fuck me, dude. Is this so over?
So basically, Johnny Bates has been Kid Miracleman this past 20 years.
Yeah.
He's grown up as Kid Miracleman, not Johnny Bates.
Yeah. So here is quote unquote Johnny Bates, Kid Miracleman. And he's taller, he's stronger, he's in a better position financially, politically, economically. He is utilized his power.
He's Bill Gates.
Yeah, there you go. But from early on, like, this is what I was talking about the imagery, where Moore says, Thunderhead's iron black in the blue distance. The air is suddenly dry and heavy. The sky holds its breath. It's coming this way, and it's a monster. And he's talking about, two things can be true at once. He's talking about the storm, but the real monster that is also coming is Billy.
Or Johnny.
Johnny. Yeah, or the fight. Yeah, I mean, the monster, and I would love to get y'all's take on this, but the monster is technically both Miracleman and Kid Miracleman, because even the scientists refer to them as the monsters, right?
Yeah, government officials are all referred to as monsters,
right? So it's so interesting how you can find a couple different meanings within the term monster. Is he just talking about Kid Miracleman? Is he just talking about the fight? Is he talking about the dragon, right? Because he talks about the dragon eyes or the tiger smile and stuff like this, where you're like, oh man. So there's some artwork. Oh, so this is all just background of Kid Miracleman talking to the couple here. What's his name again? I'm sorry, Mike.
Yep.
Mike and Liz.
Moran.
Moran.
Yeah. And he's telling them what happened that evening or that night, that once the atomic bomb went off, he was able to escape. And he says, unreliable narrator, that he kept his memory, but he stayed as a boy. He went back to his mortal form. But then when they kind of leave Liz, the two men go out to talk, and Miracleman says, "That's all bullshit, man. I know you. I can feel it. I can feel that you have been Kid Miracleman this whole time."
Yeah.
He even says, "I really wanted to believe it, John." But
and
like,
the
dude,
eyes.
right? That imagery of the eyes, so damn good.
Well, even leading up to this, if you look at Johnny Bates, he very much looks like a Black Adam or Sinestro. He's got the widow's peak haircut. He's got like the arched eyebrows. He's got that very villainous look.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at these panels, though. I mean, like this is one of those things.
I'm telling you, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I want this as like a painting, just put these connected together. Like, God, this looks so dang good. But yeah, like you said, you're really utilizing the black of the storm here. And he says, yeah, tiger eyes circling dark clouds getting closer. And so Liz kind of interrupts their conversation, and Mike pushes him off the balcony and shows his true form.
Yeah.
And this imagery
Crazy.
is so freaking rad.
Yeah.
There's
Cold lightning
there's
of
the
fear
monster.
skewers them.
Can we pull that up on the original coloring? Is it,
Yeah,
would that
absolutely.
take too long? I also
Let's
want to
take
see the Evelyn Cream because that was originally black and white, and they give him the sapphire teeth. I think that's in this book, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Cream's in here. So yeah, this was even darker, man.
Yeah,
Look
it
at the
looks
use of blacks in
black and
this.
purple, yeah.
Yeah, and in the trade, it's like white. It's dark. It's like instead of blue, they're white. Their faces.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, this is much more of like a red and yellow, and this is more
the
of
trade
like
is
a
red and
a
white.
Yeah.
Yeah, red and white.
Yeah, that's so interesting, man.
It
Like I
does
said,
look good on the recolor too, though. I think I do like how it looks here.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say I still think the white really has a stark contrast, and you can really see the outline.
The background is the only thing that's really different. Oh, it's more black to your guys' other point,
Yeah.
though. Yeah. Damn,
Huh.
that's a dope scene.
Oh, it's so rad. And this is where we get kind of the dragon imagery coming in, where Alan Moore starts to describe the eyes of a dragon, and that the monster is a dragon, but continues to refer to Kid Miracleman as this tiger who's like kind of lurking towards its prey. I don't know if you guys noticed that at all, or if there was like if that just kind of, like I said, I feel like the intention of saying a dragon and a tiger and kind of alluding to those two, I feel like that's intentional, but I just don't know why.
No, it is. Yeah, and especially Johnny Bates. Johnny Bates growing up into a dragon. That's
Oh, dude, this artwork in this next scene. Oh my god. Yo, it's just it's horrific. Horrific. But
you spilled the coffee.
When we realize why he's done this, his what's his reasoning? He's like, just to show you that I don't mind doing that sort of thing. It's like, oh, you're so evil. It's just so bad.
Now, I forget, why is he so pissed off? Because somebody tried to kill them with that atomic blast?
No, it's because he was all by himself. It was just him.
Right.
He was special. He was it was just him. And now Miracleman is back. And it's like, oh, there's this other guy who could be as potentially as strong as me, who could take down whatever I've built or done.
Yeah.
And he sees him as a threat.
Yeah.
And I think he has we've obviously seen he doesn't mind killing. We've obviously seen he doesn't mind using his power to get ahead in life. So, he says the old man said his magic word and turned into the big blue banana. Do you think you're safe now, old man? He is just completely trashing Miracleman, because and we'll see later, his arrogance and his pride is actually his downfall.
Yeah.
But at the same time, right now, he is just mopping the floor with Miracleman.
Oh,
and and he it's because he's been powered this like for 20 some odd years now. He's been able to grow, learn new powers and everything. And Miracleman's just outgunned.
He's a little rusty.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he just remembered himself 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Something like that in the timeline of the book. Like, I mean, he after 20 years of finally just remembering. I don't know. I mean, I can hop on a bike after not being on a bike after like 10 years and still be able to ride it. But I don't know, man.
You're not going to go on a half pipe or go downstairs right away. Right?
100%.
One other great thing about this fight is that you went past it, Max. It's that we really see the cause and effect of what a battle will do to people in the city. Like we see when he rescues the kid here, he goes to go catch the kid. He brings the kid back. Said, "Sorry, I did the best I could. I think he has a couple cracked ribs. Damn. I couldn't slow down to catch him." Yeah. So it's like you incorporating like that science. What would it really be like if a man who is super strong and fast, if he caught a child, at that speed?
And look what she says to him.
Yeah. Once again, giving me you bloody monster.
Yeah.
Not only that, the kid's name is Wayne. Did you get that?
Oh, yeah.
Wayne, like Wayne Enterprises?
Right, Bruce Wayne.
Could be,
like
yeah.
Bruce Wayne. Is it like Martha? Why did you say that name? Maybe her name was Martha, and this was, oh my God.
Yeah.
But no, it's just little things like this. But you're right, Drew, because normally, what would we see in a Golden Age comic? I got a ma'am, here you go. And she goes, oh, my hero,
Everything's fine.
And it's like, not
this
here.
Is the 80s, baby. This doesn't fly.
This was when, this was really when deconstruction became a thing.
I'll save your baby, but he'll have a few cracked ribs.
I mean, I guess it's better than like.
Well, and not just, and on top of this, when he transforms into Miracleman, people their eardrums burst, they go blind, they got burnt skin. It's like, when Billy Batson changed, it was nothing. But now it's like, no, there's a full blown like huge storm lightning bolt that can kill you.
Yeah. Dude, I think that is such a rad. It's such a. I mean, it's not rad in terms of like. I think it's cool that he can use that power. I think it's a rad commentary on the fact that like, even when he turns into the thing that can save people, it's still going to potentially hurt others, because when we see him hold that baby and Mr. Cream comes out and he's like, you can't turn into Miracleman. What are you going to do? It's so interesting to think that like the thing that could potentially save him could kill, it's like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
So he just gets dumped into the earth from, in like Mach 3 just gets wrecked by
epic battles, man.
Oh, dude, they're destroying this. This probably looks like what I imagine like Man of Steel, and they're just crushing buildings and stuff. And
hey, we saved the city, y'all.
Stop you guys. You're welcome. Welcome, everyone.
Patrick and SpongeBob, we saved the city, Patrick. And then so he gets drop kicked into the dirt, but then Kid Miracleman goes after Liz. So he finds her, she's driving away. Man, and I mean that look is just so sinister.
Yeah. And he's just evil going after the human,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, this is like total. He knows he doesn't need to do this. This is just because he
wants to. It's fun. It's fun for him.
This is fun.
He enjoys it.
This is So, but we kind of see here like Miracleman kind of like wading through the debris and the dust and trying to get clarity.
He's like a Beatrix Kiddo trying to crawl out of the grave, kind of just buried below the ground.
And you know what? What do you guys think about him referencing, Hitler? Because he's like, oh, that stunted, what does it say? Syphilitic, proclaiming the doctrine of the Superman. Poor Adolf. He had no idea the real era of the Overman starts here, Miss Moran.
Well, it's Housh. Just wait. There's a payoff to that later on. There is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Like we said, everything is intentional.
Yeah. Because that was one of my questions. Is like, okay, so obviously he thinks of himself as the Ubermensch, right? As the Superman. He thought that he was going to potentially be that for the world, but maybe not.
Well,
maybe
think
not.
back to the beginning of this, the Golden Age story of a man going back in time to want to oppress everybody with guns and technology and everything else. It's like it all ties in together with the Golden Age stories and leading up to this as well.
That's right. No, that's 100. Yeah, you're because that Golden Age story, I was reading through that and I was like, okay, this is just a good backstory for Miracleman. But like you said, there's intentionality. There's a reason why that villain specifically.
Right.
Ah, interesting. Love this. Leave her alone. Wax him, but then he gets
And just from
doomed
you,
right back.
from anyone watching and looking at these pages, it's not what you think it was when we first shown the covers of the first couple of pages of this this rip-off Golden Age Shazam. You know what I mean? Like, this is epic storytelling and fight scenes and
yeah, man,
beautiful
This
artwork.
And this
is one of my favorite moments.
Yeah, and it's fun comparing it to the original colored pages. This whole fight, all the colors. Like, he's green. Like in the original, like,
oh my God,
he's got a green aura around him. Like, it looks completely different.
Yep, there it is. Yeah,
look at this.
Oh,
I've never seen these
wow,
original ones.
Yeah, so you see the
that
green
is
and the
creepy. I
yellow.
love that green. It is just creepy.
I love it.
Oh yeah, this
green.
is actually really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Makes it like makes it almost like gross. It's
got kind of a
it's
pop art
gross
style
screen.
to it.
Yeah.
But
Man,
that
look at
scene
that.
you showed
Yeah.
when they're slugging each other, I love that moment because we see was when we learn about, like, oh, maybe the government is involved in this, because we see it go up the chain from the patrolman to the police chief,
Yeah,
to like the governor to the government official. It's like, oh no, this is above me. No, this is out of my hands. This is out of my hands. And it's like, you go high enough, it's like, son of a bitch, they're back.
Well, Project Zarathustra, that once they realize the monsters, quote unquote, are back, we need Mr. Cream. This is such a funny name.
I wonder what the deal is with giving him the first name Evelyn, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything. I didn't find anything why he was called Evelyn.
It's like you gave him a girl's name.
Yeah,
right.
And no one edits Alan Moore.
I guess not.
When we get to the Evelyn Cream with the sapphire teeth, though, I definitely want to see the different color variations. Because I don't know what did Alan Moore mean, because the recolored one almost looks like modern rappers, like Baby would have teeth,
right?
Yeah.
But this is 1982, so how did he picture this guy with like sapphire teeth?
Yeah, with literally just a grill.
He's got that. Let me see your grill.
But yeah, no, the colorization or the colors on these are really really interesting. So this is kind of the first point in time that I'm actually really digging the original colors more. So look at that, like just red. Yeah,
regular where the action is not happening. It's like you can see the colors more visibly. You can see the skin tone, but during the battle, all you see is red.
Oh, and
it just shows
true?
the intensity. It just shows that's what you're coming across, just how intense it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I mean, even here when he's like, "Leave her alone," this is all colored red as well. But I mean, if you guys have ever been in a stressful situation or a fight or something, there are moments where you're just seeing red.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, this is intense, man.
Yeah.
So I like that color a lot. That's cool. Whereas here it's more so
the yellow is not really as intense, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I think the chapter is like the dragon. It says like fighting like something in gold and black. So they're really going for the legit chapter title here as opposed to green. But
look at the word bubble, even, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, there you go. That iconography of what now is that a poem, that dragon title? Initially, was that like a poem, or was that a prose or a song or something?
It might have been written by Alan, I think. So
surprised me.
The Book of Changes. Dragons fight in the meadow. Their blood is black and yellow.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's a wizard book that he has, and we just don't know. We don't know anything about that.
You're not about that life. You don't get
it. We understand.
Yeah. That's all right. But I don't want to understand.
And actually, what's funny, we point at that word bubble, but that's the word bubble. That's where his ego and his cockiness leads to his defeat.
Fuck yeah, man. That's it. And that was what was so, because like in every comic book, you imagine the superhero to like punch out the bad guy, and it's like, yeah, we won.
Right.
But no, it's actually the villain who is his own undoing because of his pride and arrogance and his, vanity, and his obsession for power. And that is his downfall, which is so wild. such a rad idea. But and then we get oh no,
Punch this kid in the face. Fuck you.
because like Miracleman's like, I'm gonna fucking finish this. He sees this poor little 13-year-old kid or something, right? What would he be?
He's like 8. Yeah.
8,
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
No, yeah, you're right.
The crazy thing is there's also payoff for this scene later on.
100%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, because this next part where we really get to see the inner mastications of his mind. Okay, here's Mr. Cream. But once we figure out like what's going on in his mind, the battle that he's having, that's one of my favorite comic book panels. That thing is so rad.
Yeah.
Let me pull up
Cream
Boy here.
Mr. Okay, so
it's
just a little toned down.
Yeah, in the trade, it looked more silver than blue.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Iced out.
Weird.
Well, it says they're sapphires, so it's like I wonder why he has that. They don't. I don't think they really even talk about why he has that.
Nope.
No.
No mention. It just does.
It's just how he rolls.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I wonder if they're like, because that's what's so funny. It's like Alan Moore will intentionally put things in that we can analyze and we can go like, okay, what's the subtext? What's the underlying thing? And then I also think he's just like, his teeth are just fucking diamonds. I don't know.
It reminds me of like it's like Bond villain-ish, you know?
Yeah, it's like James Bond. It's Jaws from James Bond.
Yeah.
There you
go.
And
so one of the things we want to point out, hey, Alan Moore isn't perfect. Even Watchmen is not perfect by any means. Kyle and I have pointed this out. I mean, you get past issue 6 or 7, there's some serious pacing issues in some of those books. But this one, the Evelyn Cream, it wasn't completely really thought out, in my opinion.
Okay.
No, because seeing as how what happens to him, it's just like
it almost didn't need to even be him. It could have been
he didn't.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now this chapter, Max. Oh, sorry, sorry.
You're good, brother. You're good.
This chapter, we're gonna get into. We're gonna see a little later on at the end of chapter 6 here, Secret Identity. The one of the big biblical allegories here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was it this one? I think it's okay. So here's the panel I was talking about.
Yes.
It's like one of my favorites.
Yes, that one in the original trade, it is complete red, is like red and black. So you just see that is where it's most beautiful.
Let's take a look.
So Kid Miracleman is inside of Johnny Bates' head. Let me out.
Yeah.
Let's say the word.
Bitch. Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucking rad.
Damn.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. And I mean, I do love this, but at the same time, this you can't beat that. That's really cool. Even though it's simpler, but yeah.
This is something I hope we go back to whenever we discuss. Maybe it's in book 2 or book 3, because now we know where Kid Miracleman is when Johnny Bates is in control. And we know that Johnny Bates is in a similar kind of, he's basically in Kid Miracleman's head, I think, the whole time when he's in control, right? But that's a little bit different than what we learn about Miracleman.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, because I think I'm
going to attribute this to him spending 20 years as Kid Miracleman. He's mastered this art of getting into the mind of Johnny Bates.
Okay,
I'm going to attribute it to that.
No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there are discrepancies with. There was even up here when we first get introduced to Bates and Miracleman, when he's talking about like, why is he doing this? Why has he grown up while Miracleman hasn't aged? This is all too fast. I need time to think. Those were questions that I was also asking myself. So I think little discrepancies like that, where it's like, were these thought through or were these finished? I'm not 100% sure.
No, the age was. The age absolutely was, because it's been 20 years. So Johnny Bates aged as Kid Miracleman 20 years to an adult.
Yes, yeah.
And Miracleman is still.
But did Miracleman age 20 years older than what he was?
No, because he was in hibernation.
Right.
Because he wasn't in the real world. If he had been in the real world, he would have aged.
So that point, that's why Johnny Bates hasn't aged, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. So whoever's in control is the only one that's aging.
Correct.
So that's how he.
Okay.
Okay. No. So that makes sense. I was gonna say something else, but no, I got it. I'm working it out.
I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I was in high school trying to understand all this, how this all worked. I'm like, wait,
damn,
what?
right? Yeah. So, but I think that's good. It treats the reader like an adult. It doesn't give you all the answers right up front. It allows you to think, and it poses those questions, without having them be like, without having them beat you over the head with a hammer. But so I like that a lot. But yeah, I just think it's wild that the old, Bates is like just destroying little,
messed up.
Little kid miracle or man or whatever. It's
also such a weird notion to think they were the same age, but Kid Miracle Man grows and Johnny Bates doesn't. Damn, that's so crazy.
Because he's like, oh, I wouldn't hurt people, and he's like, you snotty little virgin.
It's like, damn.
Yeah, he's just so fed up. Because I mean, it's you've been a god for the past 20 years, and now you're stuck. Now you're stuck in
this kid's head who doesn't want to hurt anybody.
He's like, man,
I just want to go home. And he's like, shut the fuck up. He's snot-nosed little brat.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, wouldn't kill anyone because little Johnny Bates is a cowardly little puddle of puke. Oh my God. Yeah, this is wild, man. Just this dynamic, though, you could talk about this for hours, right? Just these two that are technically the same, but not, and how you could analyze it and just talk about how the two would interact and how both of them would be feeling at this time. But so that's
the payoff from this panel is why issue 15 is my favorite.
Yes.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I cannot wait then. Because if this is one of my favorite panels or one of my favorite aspects of this relationship played out more so in issue 15, then
there we go. I can't wait for you to read it.
Oh man, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be texting y'all. What the fuck just happened? And then his like poor little face of just like he's totally
catatonic. He's like, I just not even gonna talk or move.
A vegetable. He's just
man. It's terrible.
Oh yeah, well, because he's got two wars going on in his head right now. Yeah. And this is where we find out that maybe it's not this one. It was right after this. It's here that we find out that Miracleman has in fact impregnated Liz.
Yeah. So Max, here's your biblical allegory here. Right there. Ooh. That first panel right there. What's that word right there? What does that say?
Annunciation.
That's a callback to the Bible when Mary was pregnant. When the angel came to Mary and said, "Yeah, you're going to birth the Christ." This is what that is. This is Liz saying, "I'm going to be giving birth to the God baby right here."
And so we just skipped the Evelyn Cream introduction. So what's interesting about that is we found Miracleman's villain. Now we've got somebody that's going to be threatening Mike Morin.
That's true. Yeah,
this guy needs to find out who Miracleman is.
Yes, it's deduction. This chapter, it's really good. Just how he more or less breaks down how he gets to like figuring out who he really is, and it's really good.
Right. And I do like his intelligence.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How he speaks. He's very well spoken.
He's good at his job, man. He's a mercenary, merc for hire, detective. Yeah, methodical in the way that he tracks down Miracleman.
Oh yeah. And how he actually gets Miracleman in the position that he's in is just it's very well done. So
I love this sequence right here. This whole thing here. I love it.
Good.
So this is the callback to the one of the muggers or one of the criminals at the nuclear plant who got burned by Miracleman when he finally said Komoda, thank you. And burn this dude by doing so. And so Mr. Cream is giving him the, hey, everything's gonna be all right. I'm not here to kill you. I just need to know who's the guy at the scene, right? What did he look like? And he's just going, sort of middle-aged guy, 45-ish, big guy, had a crew cut. And you can see he goes, all right, I know exactly who I need to go to. The only thing is, I was lying. I am going to kill you.
And what's great here is like you look at the clock, you just see that passage of time. You see how long it took for him to suffocate him.
Oh, that's awful, man. Like 10 minutes of just dying.
And what's crazy is he didn't really even need to do it. Like
because what would because
who's this guy gonna tell?
Right, even if this criminal talks to the feds and they're like, hey, this guy asked me about, like, the feds aren't going to know who Miracleman is or Mike Morin is. Like, so
and he doesn't know who Mike Morin is. He just was able to kind of cross off the list based on the description that he had, that Cream had.
Yeah. Oh, but this image right here, that's wild.
Yeah.
So this is my favorite piece of dialogue in all of book 1. And I don't know why, but I analyzed it for like 15 minutes and I was there were just things that I could still come up with. And I just thought it was so beautiful. But this is Miracleman just kind of after him utilizing some of his powers, realizing who he is. He's flying through the sky. And the dialogue says, like a kite that has lost its war with the wind, I hang crucified upon the sky. And so when you think of like the frame of a kite is an actual cross.
Yeah.
So I like how he said it's a kite, obviously because of the iconography, but also a kite that has lost its war with the wind means that it is just aimlessly flying, right? It's just kind of drifting, right? And that is where Miracleman is at this point in his life. He is now just kind of floating and allowing himself to fly and feel what he hasn't felt for 20 years. So just stuff like this where I'm just like, God, that's so good. Like it's a feast of dialogue that we really don't get.
What's great about this, Max, is how it's juxtaposed to when he changes back to Mike. That's the real payoff to this. It's like, because he's
the
like,
high highs and the low lows.
Absolutely, that was a sexual experience. He talks about basically,
that's right,
getting off while flying. Like that is how,
which will have more payoff later on as well.
Exactly.
Yep. Yes.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn.
It's almost like
dragonflies.
It goes back to like what Alan Moore goes everywhere you want him to go. Like, wouldn't you want to do this if you had these powers? Just fly around, kind of drifting around, and just that experience. And he's painting that picture for us, the words and in the art. So he goes there, man.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great point. I haven't really talked much about the art, and yet the art really does a beautiful job of painting the picture for us.
From the violent acts to the non-violent, whatever you want to call this, the sexual act of flight.
Sexual,
Look at the birds moments in the last panel, like
And even if we were to get rid of this dialogue, you'd still be able to see he's almost like in ecstasy here. You know what I mean? So,
and he's in ecstasy. He's a poet. Everything is like everything is so well thought out and beautiful. And then it's juxtaposed back to reality when he's Mike.
Look at this face of just fuck me. I gotta go back.
But why? See, that's the thing. Like, why does he even go back?
Exactly.
That's a good
because of Liz, maybe, and he's still keeping that human nature, that human side of him alive still. Which will pay off as we all know later on too. Because there's going to be a point where if you were him, when would you eventually stop changing back into Mike?
Because then you also wonder, am I going to become the thing that was Kid Miracle? Like, am I going to go down that path and potentially lose myself with power and corruption?
Maybe
maybe I do that.
That's crazy talk, Max. I don't.
Take it easy.
Oh no, have I kind of foreshadowed something?
He's Miracleman. Come on, he's a hero.
Well, that's the thing. Isn't he supposed to be Superman? He's optimism and hope and oh man. Oh well, all right. I'll say no more. I shall say no more. Speaking of some of my favorite dialogue, being up here with the kite and flowing through the wind and stuff, was there anything to you guys that stuck out in this first book that, like, when you read it, you were just like, man, that slaps, or like, man, this is this is what I've been looking for, or man, I think this is a really well written verse or something. Because it almost feels like you're reading a novel at points, or really like poetry.
His prose are like bruised purple, like they are beat into these comics. You can just tell it just that everything is so, everything is so described like a novel to us. Everything is clear if you didn't get it from the art.
I think for me, some of the standouts are him finally, when he says Komodo for the first time, and he's like, this is what it was, that's been messing with me. And now I remember who I am. And I really like the Cream scene of, hey, remember when I said I wasn't going to kill you, I was lying. Because it really builds up this threat that is Mr. Cream coming to hunt down Mike Moore. And now he knows his name. Yeah. And I'm a little disappointed with that payoff, I'll say. Because during book one, I'm like, yo, this is the best villain ever. Like, this guy is the shit. But they kind of go in a different direction with that. But those stand out to me.
Yeah. The chapter of dragons. That's arguably one of my favorite chapters. When Johnny confronting,
when he pushes him off the ledge, that's got to be a standout right there.
Yeah. Absolutely. And in the very last chapter in book one, when we get the big reveal about the Zarathustra chapter, the very, very end, when he gets the reveal of everything. That's the other one for me.
Well, so and to be completely honest, right after we get introduced to Cream, for me, and maybe it's just because how I was reading it, but it felt like the pace dipped a little bit, and I had to really kind of get through a good chunk of dialogue to where until I finally was like, okay, we're in the base, or we're in the bunker, right? But leading up to that, it was kind of it was heavy on dialogue.
Well, at first, so this goes into the publishing issues after this. Like, so there were art transitions because Alan Davis comes up after this, and Gary was a little bit slower, and Alan was kind of. They had to play catch up because he switched artists. They had to wait. So I think there were some. I think Alan lost his speed and was playing kind of catch up and just lost the pacing.
That's fair. But this is
the baby scene.
Gem. Yeah, this is talking about Mr. Baby. Cream being he is actually. But talking about Cream being an evil son of a bitch. I mean,
creepy babies.
Damn.
Look, we're in the elevator. You're holding a baby. You cannot change it to Miracleman.
Yeah.
And he's dead.
How are you going to change to Miracleman without roasting that innocent little baby the way you roasted that terrorist?
Damn.
And all you see is the blue teeth.
Dead.
Yeah.
And he shot.
And he
all
shot
right,
Mike.
That's the end. Well,
great job, guys. That was a
great beginning, middle, and end. I thought it ended perfectly.
And that's the story of Miracleman. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Well, that's
there was more. I stopped reading. I thought he was dead.
And here's where we start getting. I think Alan Davis steps in, I believe.
Yeah, and you can tell.
The original, the original art is so much better. The coloring in this chapter specifically, so much better.
Yeah,
let's take a look.
And this is honestly my favorite period of Alan Davis. I there's something to be said about a lot of these artists and early on, like how like unrefined that they were. They're like they weren't like finely chiseled. It's like looking at Jim Lee's art back in the 80s when it was so damn good as compared to now, or Alan Davis then compared to now. It's just
Oh yeah, no, it's all right, Jim. Kyle has this weird obsession and thinks that Jim Lee has gotten better over the years.
Yes, he has.
Whereas Drew and I have the correct opinion, which is that he was best in the 80s and 90s. But
that Godzilla Justice League variant, I don't know, man.
No, come on. No, you couldn't even touch that with his Punisher, with his X-Men or like any of that. So,
so are we still in book one with this, or?
Yep,
this is all still book one. Yeah,
this is still book one.
So this is kind of we get Cream's intelligence and also kind of his he's telling the reader as well as kind of explaining to Miracleman. He's like, here's the fact.
Yeah.
You gain this power by doing this, and this is what happened here, blah, blah, blah. And we're getting a lot of what's the term for that?
Exposition.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. This is a exposition dump.
He is Basil exposition right here. Yeah.
But in a good way, because it juxtaposes that you see Miracleman walking through all of this gunfire and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's getting set on fire. It's like, what the hell is going on? It's like,
and you have the government agent saying like, I'm gonna put this up, set this up, and all that. But what about the guys there? Who cares? That's what they were there for. They shouldn't.
So I said I didn't like the direction where they took Cream because I had him pictured in my mind as one way from those first interactions. But I'm looking at this again and I'm coming to appreciate like he's got his own motives as well, and he really is his own man. Even though he took this gig, he took it, but he still wants to find things out for his own and doesn't really care so much of what the what his bosses told him to do or whatever you want to call them.
Right.
Yeah. His handlers. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Whoever he accepted the hit from.
Sure. Because like you said, at the end of the day, he's like, I'm looking out for me, right? Mr. Cream is Mr. Like I am him. Like I'm gonna be looking out for number one, which is me. And screw these, nice Thai businessmen, corporate, whatever. I'm going to do what's best for me. And right now, this is what I need to do. This is what I want to do. So
regardless of what the original mission was, I got you, but I want to really know what's going on.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he lets him change back into Miracleman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to your point, Kyle, I think, we just see. So this was also interesting to me as well. Miracleman's killing all these dudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not going to be the last time he kills people either.
Nope.
Not even close.
Well, they're bad
Taking
guys.
it easy on these guys.
Yeah.
He's not just breaking legs and shit. He's
no.
He's killing these guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're trying to kill
fire
him.
on him.
They're trying to kill him.
Yeah, but if he's Superman, I'm being naive.
He's
like if this is
Miracleman,
me being naive. If he's supposed to be like, optimistic Superman, then he would just kind of be like flicking them away, right? If he has the power of a god, he wouldn't stoop down to their level and kill.
Yeah, but if Superman found out that he maybe wasn't from Krypton and maybe his whole origin wasn't all that he thought it was,
and he wants to
it's
find out
in this
what happened,
bunker, and they're keeping him from that bunker. Yeah, he's going to do whatever he can to get there.
Yeah, I want answers.
That's a good point. Now, do you think that when he's killing these people, like, do you think that a little bit of Mike Moran is also in the head of Miracleman? Like, do you think he's like, because
I don't know.
He says,
no, he's not. Because we'll see later on. Like, no, he's not.
Okay, so this is just all Miracleman. Okay.
So what's funny is I'm having a hard time recalling. I know where Miracleman is while he's Mike Moran, but I don't know where Mike is right now. I think
we see it. We see it in the cover where he goes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It is also interesting how he's got this kind of like sparkly pixie dust
Tinkerbell effect.
It's like a force field
effect. Yeah, force field thing where even when he throws that rock, and it lands on him, the force field, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Right.
It explains the powers because Liz says like, look how thin you are. You're like a ballet dancer. There's no way physically you'd be able to lift this damn rock.
Right.
Like the rock would have smashed you through the earth. So she's thinking like his power comes from his mind, and the mind generates this Tinkerbell glowing effect around him that this force field that grants him the strength and everything.
Yeah. It's just Alan Moore explaining, how is Superman so strong? Is it his muscles? And this is like his explanation.
Or is it his mind? Yeah.
Right.
Fucking Big Ben.
so this I got the origin on this character. I got the
okay, let's go.
I got the inside dope on this guy. So this Big Ben was a character created by Des Skin, the editor publisher of Warrior Magazine.
Yeah.
He told Alan, and he was already in like some small stories in Warrior Magazine, and he told Alan, I want him in Miracleman. Alan didn't want him to, but Des kept pushing him, saying, no, you're going to put him in there. And Alan's like, okay, I'll put him in there.
That's
and
so funny.
I remember asking Drew, like, is Young Nasty Man a real character? or did Alan Moore make him up for this run? He's like, nah, those are real characters from the old school comic.
Yeah.
So the recoloring didn't do Big Ben justice.
No.
Too shiny looking.
No.
Yeah.
I do like his like physique though. I don't know. He's just like this kind of bulky, steroid.
No time for crime.
Yeah, that line is so right. No time for crime. That is like my favorite tagline ever. Yeah, Jim, when you first saw Big Ben, did you think he was actually going to be like, oh shit, this guy's gonna put Miracleman to the test, or what was your initial thoughts when you first saw him?
I didn't find him threatening at all.
Yeah.
What, the umbrella? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Look at that.
What, the little bowler cap, It's so funny that they forced Alan Moore, put my character in the book. He's like, you sure you want me to do that? Because and you see how unstable he is, right? Because he's been kind of brainwashed.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Going after him, and he's just standing there, just like taking all of these hits.
Yeah.
I love it.
And we learn why when we see Miracleman's origin. And I think there's a payoff to it. Yeah.
It looked as if this particular Johnny Bolshevik was going to be a tough nut to crack. I recalled the clipped and measured phases of Sir Dennis Archer. Like he's just so unhinged.
It almost seems like he's from a 1950s comic book.
Almost.
Right. Weird.
Whoa. When we get what's his name? The scientist, where he says like a comic book or a superhero, and it echoes throughout the whole thing.
Comic
book. Well, once again, Alan Moore kind of. All right, here's another question. Do you guys think Alan Moore has always kind of despised comic book superheroes and thought
no, he doesn't. No, Max, I completely disagree. I truly believe he outright respects the medium and loves characters. Because if he did not, he would not have done Superman, Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. Because that is arguably a love letter to Superman. It is the greatest love letter to Superman. And this is a love letter to Marvel Man. This absolutely is, just took it in a different direction. I think there is a love there.
I just think he always took them as like, okay, what would they really do if this was really going on right now?
Yeah.
What's a realistic take on these characters if they really had these powers? And
no, that's a good point. Because I mean, he was, I guess you could say he was really the auteur of like deconstruction as we know it today. And that's why every kind of hack writer now who does like, oh, I'm going to deconstruct this character, they're trying to be Alan Moore, but they don't know how to actually be.
So what makes Alan Moore special, like we see later on in book 3, what Alan does, he deconstructs and then reconstructs. He builds them back up. And we're going to see that in the end of book 3. We're going to see a reconstruction of the character. And something that a lot of the writers today don't understand.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, the introduction to our boy Big Ben here, the man with no time for crime. Yeah, it's great, man.
I love this page right here. As a creator and knowing artists, I love this. Because it's Liz understanding, extrapolating everything that's going on, but at the same time, she's an obsessed artist where it's like, oh, I gotta fix the angle on that. The angle on that chair is wrong. Just
the perspective on that chair is wrong. Yeah.
It just shows the obsession. Belly. Yeah, and nothing is art. It's just trying to perfect the art. There's always a problem with it.
Yeah, and this might actually work both ways, because if you try and analyze this as well, Jem, I think you said, it's showing her pregnant. She's the perspective on that chair is all wrong. Is she talking about the chair? Is she talking about the kid? Is she talking about how she views her, her world right now? Everything is skewed. Everything is wrong. I don't know. I don't know. But this is great. And it's beautiful. It's simple, but it's also, I think it's well done. It flows really well. So
I love that black. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Isn't she showing much further along than she should be, or am I thinking of something else?
Well, I don't. Did they say how much time has passed? Because as we know, and I'll say in later volumes, things do progress pretty fast with the child.
But I couldn't remember if the pregnancy was like that too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they said how much time had passed between her telling him and Belly. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know.
So now we get Miracleman's viewpoint of Big Ben, and he's like, this dude is unhinged. He's not well. He's like, I could kill him with a backhand. Like he's literally nothing right now. Surrender, butcher of Leningrad. Surrender or fight like a man. Damn your eyes.
And now he looks like a bum. He doesn't really look as smooth and polished as he was looking.
Yeah, he's looking rough. He's been and he just goes, all right, smacks him away.
He messes
him
up.
You know what's funny is how like in the Marvels how Sam Jackson says black girl magic. Cream actually did that before anyone. He said white man's magic.
Yep.
Alan Moore doing it before it was cool, I guess. Mr. Morin. Let's see. Oh, Miracleman just rips the door off the
And then here's the skeleton.
Yeah, man.
And look at the original Mick Anglo Marvel Man right there in the corner on that image.
Oh yeah, there he is. Sorry, I'm just noticing. Did we lose Kyle? Is he frozen?
Oh yeah.
Kyle, he's still there. Oh, there you go. I was like, he really does not like being on the stream tonight, huh? And then I was like, oh, he's probably just frozen.
And he's gone.
So this is where we really get into like the Lovecraftian elements, which is so freaking rad, man.
Yeah,
so cool. Then we get the recap of what happened. And essentially what we find out is that Miracleman watches the video of how he came to be, which is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is just from, a reader who has read this. I think this is the second time I've read this book or book one. The government, the UK government had like an alien life form that they then extracted like some sort of chemical or DNA or switch that they implanted into these young men who had no family, no relatives, no nothing, and utilized this alien DNA, this alien structure to create Miracleman, Kid Miracleman, and Young Miracleman. Is that
correct?
Does that all sound okay?
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, dude, that's wild. And he's coming to terms with the fact that they have been putting these guys through hell, that they ruined their livelihood, that they took them from, their human normal lives, implanted them with these memories from Gunther Borgelhelm.
See, I didn't realize that this was all in book one still. So yeah.
Because Jim, because it comes up again in book two. Like it gets extrapolated more in book two.
Right. Gunther, nice. Okay. So yeah, we get this realization of Miracleman coming to terms with the fact that he's just been an experiment this whole time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Are we did we lose you or
frequency music? Yeah, not true.
Sorry, Kyle, I think you froze there for a little bit.
Probably, yeah, it was my fucking Mac.
Well, there you go. Pinpointed it.
Sorry, Drew, what were you saying about the poetry?
Well, I was like, so yeah, that ultra harmonic frequency that this astral physicist wizard gave him. Yeah, not true.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah, that's right. Gargunza, that's his name. Gargunza.
Yeah.
Gargunza. And he's
looks like Professor Ivo from Captain Marvel.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, I guess that. Yeah, huh? Yeah, comic book character. That scene right there was so iconic. When I read that, I was like, "Fuck, that's good." And here's more Watchmen, Owlman, and whatever her name is. I feel
Wow,
like
it's
all these
Owlwoman.
characters could be all. Oh, is it
Yeah.
Owlwoman? Oh, it
Yeah.
is Owlwoman. Oh, I thought it was Owlman. Yeah, it's Owlwoman.
You sexist pig.
Yeah,
Easy.
that's all right. Yeah, I get that all the time. It's okay.
The same vehicle,
Yeah,
Oh,
from
and
the
it
beginning.
comes full circle, man. Yep. To
Yep.
the beginning of issue 1.
Yep.
Sodium lit hour before dawn, the great trucks roll south. Some carry breakfast cereal and some carry ball bearings. Some are empty and some are not. Carrying our boy Big Ben here. So
But
No
look,
time
Big
for
Ben
crime.
thinks he's being carried away by these
I know.
heroes, but in
I know.
reality, he's being
Yeah,
hauled
man,
off by
this
the
dude's fucked.
nutty house.
Luckily, our woman had brought an ultra vest from her mountain fortress. It's like, oh yeah, okay, buddy. Sure.
But fortunately, in book 2, like I said, everything is explained. Why the hell is this guy so crazy? It's like, okay, this is why it's all
Mhm.
explained.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we already got just a bit of it here when they're kind of saying, we did similar tests with Big Ben, but he proved to be lesser than the Zarathustra,
Right.
organization that they had or whatever that was called. So
Yeah. But they were still able to use him for something, just for muscle, basically.
absolutely, yeah. But due to our limited understanding of the parareality programming necessary in order to control these remarkable creatures, Big Ben received inadequate conditioning. So he's a bit loony, but he's got muscles, so he can do some dirty work, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Just point him in the right direction and he'll make up the
Yeah.
rest in his head.
yeah, right. He'll take care of something.
Yeah, nice
So let
little
me
Don
ask
Quixote.
you guys this about these trucks. Do you think there's any significance to why some of them carry cereal and others carry ball bearings? Is that just Alan Moore just being like, I don't fucking know?
No,
Or
that's
do you
no,
think
that, I
there's
mean,
some significance?
no, that was just the England. That's military for you. Some trucks carry food, and some military trucks carry ball bearings. It's just how things travel.
Or some might have a genetically engineered Supermen that were created in the lab. It's like you don't know what's in those trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
there
are empty, some are not.
Well, it sounds
Some
very
have,
Stephen King. That sounds like a Stephen King
Oh
line.
yeah, for sure. That's a good point. But yeah, that's why I always wonder, because we were talking about Mr. Cream, and we're like, what's the significance of the teeth? Is there any significance? Like my English teacher would say, sometimes the sky is just blue. You know what I mean? Like, because sometimes you read a book and there's like, oh, well, there's subtext, so there's nuance or something. Sometimes the sky is just blue.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes a lamp is a lamp. Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe it was the early 80s. Maybe Alan Moore was intrigued by the gold grill trend that was starting to happen in New York City or whatever. And, maybe he wanted to give the character a defining characteristic. Who knows?
Maybe he saw Jaws in the James Bond movies. Yeah.
That could be very, very well it.
So I read this is Saturday Morning Pictures. This is the last kind of few pages of book 1.
Fun thing about this was broken up into smaller chapters, I think. A page at a time in some of the issues of Warrior Magazine.
Oh.
Yeah. Like one page at a time.
So
they're basically creating the lab, right?
Or tearing it down.
They're cleaning it up.
Tearing it down. Yeah, so they're kind of talking about what was, right?
Yeah.
Just these two blokes.
Oh yeah, their dialogue is almost it's real primal. Everything is like, what's that? A fucking skeleton? Fucking it's like it's super bloody scientists, like a lot of bloody kids with airfix kits, and they're like looking at these alien life forms, and they're like, it's a fucking kit. It's not real. So I thought it was kind of interesting that they're walking around this lab that probably has billions, trillions of dollars put into it, of this creation of a god. And these simpletons are just kind of like, fucking turn off the cartoons, blah, blah,
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know. But I also don't know why this was why this was put in the book.
Well, it'll
Drew
make
did-
sense later. I think on
Oh,
what are these episodes they're watching? Like that becomes important
Exactly.
later.
Yeah. I was gonna say because like I said, book 2. Just stay tuned. You'll understand why. Yeah, some of those things were where there's things
payoff for
recorded.
that. Like that's
Yes.
just the answer for every question that Max has. There will be payoff for that later.
just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm like
But that-
George R. R. Martin in the South Park episodes. Just wait, the dragons are on the way. All right, dragons are on the way. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's what makes this run so great because like the payoff comes for everything, and when it comes,
Yeah.
like, oh, that's why. Da, da, da.
Yeah.
So and
Oh.
even these skeletons, huge payoff on this skeleton stuff, man.
That's what. So and that's why when I bought the original Omni,
And it has,
and I was wondering
cover, right?
which dust cover, yeah. And both Kyle and Drew, I was like, I like this cover, but should I get the one with the skeletons? And they're like, you're gonna want the one with the skeletons. And I was like, oh, really? Okay, all right.
No, but what I was gonna also say, even on the cover page, they have that scene with the skeleton when you first see it.
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Hold on. First, rule 1 with Omnibus: you don't open it up with a dust jacket on.
We're learning tips from Jem. It's all good.
There you go.
So you
Yeah,
get the
that's
big-
right. Oh, that's sick.
from the panel
That's
we saw
really
in
cool.
book 1. Yeah.
Nice. So, yeah, do you guys think there was, because I was going to ask, what's the purpose of having these two kind of jabronis walking into this lab? But if there's going to be payoff, I'll wait and I'll ask my question later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's these guys just seeing things that like, wait, what is it? What's on the tapes? Which like I said, it's gonna be paying off later. That's what it's set up and payoff. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, because you
Especially
could play
the
it in
fact,
multiple ways. You could see it as 2 average working guys that are just blue collar. We're just sitting to do a fucking job. They look at this
Mhm.
stuff and it's just another job.
They
Yeah,
don't
it's-
even know
it's-
if
it's
it's
like-
real or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the point of comedy. It's like we
Yeah.
know. We know after reading the past chapter how important the skeletons, everything are, and they drop it, they break it, and we're like, oh, "What the hell? They just broke it. What the hell's going on?" They're like, "Oh yeah, look at that. Oh shit!" And it's like,
Right. It's taking a
And it's like
piss
it's
out of
nothing.
it. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, you guys are taking this too seriously. Like, it's just about who cares. But it's also, you could see it as the average reader. Like this, what was going on in this lab is so high evolution. It is so high above you.
Yeah.
You can't even try to comprehend it because you're so fucking.
Even if
stupid.
you're holding it in your hands, you don't even know
Right.
what's going on.
You have no idea. So don't even bother trying to figure this out. So you could read it a lot of different ways what those 2 characters probably represent.
Because even in the caption box, to your point, Kyle, it says they didn't know what they were cleaning up, but they knew it was going to take a long time. And he keeps saying that they're working on a Saturday morning. They're here to clean. They're cleaning up. They know it's in this lab. All they know is that it's just they're cleaning and it's going to take a long time. For these guys, like you said, it's just a fucking job. They're there to just do the thing. They don't know what all this stuff is. I wonder if this is me being cynical and thinking bad about Alan Moore again. I wonder if Alan Moore thinks these 2 dummies are us reading
Right,
his
the
book,
readers. Yeah.
and he
Yeah,
doesn't
you could
like
read it
we
as
don't
that.
realize the brilliance of what he's put on display here, and we're just like, oh, cool superheroes.
Especially since
Yeah.
like when that got published, you really don't know what that is yet. You have no idea what's to come in the
Mhm.
next book, or the next
100%.
chapter it would have been.
Yeah. It's the same as the newspaper stand guy and the kid in Watchmen. It's like you're seeing all this fantastical Dr. Manhattan stuff, this big picture stuff. And then when you look at it street level, this is what they're worried about.
Yeah.
We're worried about all this stuff going on with with Miracleman and all the aliens and what the hell's going on and who's this? It's like looking at it at a street level. These guys are here to clean up the fucking lab. I don't even care what it is. I just got to know I got to get out of here. It's going to take me all damn day, and I'm pissed.
Yeah. Oh man, well that is book 1, and gosh dang, what an introduction. Now, Jim, you and I, so you read this for the first time how long ago?
Man, I just a couple weeks ago, I think I finished it.
So yeah, you and I are in the same boat then, because I read this for the first time in 2023, and then I reread it again this week. And your initial thoughts of the overall story, I think in your omnibus review, you said this was one of the best omnis you've read in a while. Yeah.
First of all, I didn't order this Omni. It was sent to me. I get it. I'm like, what the hell is this crap? Miracleman. This looks lame as hell. Who wrote it? Oh, Gary Leach. Who the fuck is that? You know, so I had no idea who this character was. I never grew up hearing anything about Miracleman. And again, so I was kind of recommended to read it when I put out a poll in my group. And I said, okay, you know what? I read the first couple of pages and I was like, what is going on? But as soon as it went into the 80s, I was like, wait a minute. And then as I'm reading, I'm like, this feels like Alan Moore. And then they're like, yeah, it is Alan Moore. And as I'm reading it, I'm like, man, this is like the best kept secret, because I feel like a lot of people are like me, casual. You know, not everybody grew up reading every comic, especially shit from the UK that was magazine format. So I'm like, more people need to know about this, man. This is like an amazing story, a character that you wouldn't even care about, but you find yourself so invested as you're reading along and you want to know what happens and you're going down this rabbit hole. And to what I said earlier, Alan Moore, he touches on all the things that you want him to touch on. And it's like he doesn't leave anything out. It's just such a fulfilling read. In 16 issues, you don't even have to know anything prior.
Yeah, man.
You don't have to worry about anything after. It's a self-contained thing that you can just read and just takes you to this place, man. There's nothing like it. There's nothing as like, besides other Alan Moore stuff, but there's nothing that really kind of takes a character and is like, all right, what really happens when he changes? Where would these powers come from? And I don't even want to spoil because there's so much other crazier shit that happens in book 2 and 3 that we'll discuss. And like I said, he doesn't leave anything on the table.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. I can't wait. And hopefully we can get you back here when we do our discussion for book 2 and 3. Drew, what about you? What was your first, because you're the Miracleman expert. What was your first introduction to him, and how is this book aged? And would you say that this is probably one of your favorite characters or books, if not your favorite?
So I will say, I told Jim the first time I was exposed to Miracleman was I was in high school, and there was a university that had a public access channel late at night, and this literary professor at like a local school, I don't know if Kyle ever watched it, but he would discuss independent comic book characters and do classes on them. Yeah, he would do like Grendel, the Tick, Nexus, Cerebus, but then he would do Miracleman, and he started. He would go through all the issues of Miracleman, breaking them down, talking about what this meant. I'm like, and my mind is just blown, like with what is going on. I'm just like what the character believes, and then what he's really told. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I spent all that time trying to find those issues, and you really couldn't back in the late 90s, early 2000s, because they weren't in print. Nope.
I was gonna say, like, even those single issues, like issue 15 goes for fucking good money right now. Like,
yes, I've got 2 copies,
pricey.
but yeah.
Me too.
So Drew,
yeah.
what were you reading prior to this? I mean, were you experiencing with anything that was like as indie as this, or was it just like mainstream comics?
No, it was mostly mainstream. Like I think I had read Watchmen, or was reading Watchmen at the time. I might have been reading From Hell, maybe, but that was as far as my indie roots went. And I had read The Tick in middle school, but I was reading a lot of mainstream. But this was like I don't know what this just opened my eyes to what storytelling could be. And in my opinion, this is probably my second or third favorite character, Miracleman. I've got 2 others before that. I got Hunter Rose Grendel and the Tick. Those are my 2 other favorite characters. Swamp Thing's up there too. But yeah, this is my third favorite character. And honestly, in my opinion, like Jim said, I think this is Alan Moore's finest hour right here with Miracleman.
And then Kyle, was this, did you kind of get into this because Drew gave you his hand-me-downs and he's like, you need to read this character, and you're like, sure, why not?
All the time. This was stuff, and I was probably way too young to be reading this stuff because one, I didn't understand it, and I thought it was boring as fuck. Like I tried to read V for Vendetta like 3 times, and I was way too young, and I'm like, I can't. This book is fucking stupid, and the art sucks. I was such an art snob then. It's like, reading, you got Jim Lee, you got Alex Ross, you got all these great. Like I'm like, I can't. This stuff is just, it looks stupid. Watchmen, couldn't get into it. This was one of those that I tried reading way too early, and I'm like, man, this book is not for me. I don't like it. It's not cool. It's not exciting. But the older you get, around late high school, early college, that's when it's like, oh, that's what they're trying to say. Okay, I get it now. Once you live a little bit, once you're out in the world, you fully, you experience things, you come back to these, then it's just like, oh shit, a whole new world has opened up. But yeah, Drew, big time.
Well, here's my thing with Drew. It's funny that you say he's your favorite character, because to me, it doesn't make me like the Miracleman character anymore. I feel like Alan Moore could have did this with any character and just kind of like grabbed on what makes them special and like take it to a new place and a new origin and everything. Like, it's not so much the character of Miracleman, but like the what if, or
it's for me, it's the journey. It's the journey of the character. Like how he starts. I said I don't want to spoil anything for Max, but I love how we're introduced to him and where he winds up at the end of Alan Moore's run. It is an epic journey for the character.
No, it definitely is. But I do feel like the journey could have been with any hero. Again, Miracleman, like I didn't need to know who he was before this to really still appreciate this journey. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could have been anyone, I feel like.
And I think that's kind of the cool aspect of this story and why it's Miracleman, because like you said, it could have been anyone. And I think that if someone were to take another character that's like super unknown and do that again with them to the level or to the extent that Alan Moore did, maybe we would see the same type of praise. But I feel like
That's a big maybe. I think a lot of I would say no, because a lot of creators have failed, because I think the thing is, a lot of these creators, they don't share that love of the character or maybe the passion for the medium itself.
Absolutely, but they're also taking like mainstream characters and they're trying to Alan Moore them. So they're taking like Wolverine and they're like, how can we like make him a piece of shit? And it's like, don't do, they've already deconstructed him in Weapon X. All right. So let's enter into a new phase of Wolverine and see where he can grow instead of having to deconstruct. But I'm saying, like, if they came out with like a new character from like the Golden Age and his name is like Frogman or something.
Yeah. Well, the Sentry before this, the Sentry by Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee. When they introduced him, that was more or less a Miracleman approach to that character.
There you go. Yeah. So I think if an author came around and took like a public act or a public domain character, like no one's heard about, and they're like, I want to explore this guy. Like, who is he at his
Steamboat
core?
Mickey. How did he get the job? What argument with his wife did he have before that day?
Let's go.
Right. What does that boat represent?
Right. Let's do Heart of Darkness, but with Steamboat Willie. Yeah.
Well, you guys have seen all the memes of like all the films that are coming out now, like Mickey's Madness, and it's like
all horror. What are the odds?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who was that. What was that most recent run where I really dug it, but everyone was like, "Oh, they're trying to be Alan Moore." I don't remember what character that was.
Any Tom King book.
Okay, I think it might have been a Tom King book. Matter of fact, now that I think about it.
Mr. Miracle, maybe?
Tiny Onion,
or maybe was it that? Because I don't know if that's what it was. I think it was more of a more legacy character, though. I don't think it was so much unknown, but they tried to Alan Moore it.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
It must have been last 2022, not 2022. I remember reviewing it and I was really digging it.
Oh, okay.
But everyone was like, he's just trying to Alan Moore it.
Maybe Human Target.
We mentioned it earlier. That what made Alan Moore unique is that reconstruction factor. What he does with them, he doesn't just break them down; he builds them back up.
Well, look at. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, like a lot of modern creators, they forget that other half.
Here's what I love about. So, my next question to y'all is, what's your favorite Alan Moore story? And what I was going to say is, I think I like Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow because it has one of the most iconic comic book pages of all time, where it's Superman in the Fortress of Solitude, and he's got Crypto next to him. And it's like Superman at his lowest point. He is having to figure out how to say goodbye to the world. You know what I mean? He knows that he's leaving. And so he's wondering,
is that where the caption box is like somewhere like we thought we heard a cry. We thought we heard tears.
Yes,
Of,
like and he cried or something to that effect. Yeah. And it's so impactful and it's so emotional. But then later in the book, you see him, with Lois, and you're like, is that him? Did he, blah blah. So
it is him. It's the
and
wink.
you get that reconstruction. Yeah. So he gives a little wink to the.
So I actually have not read that, man, because I don't know what collected edition. I don't think there's no absolute for that. There must be a deluxe edition.
There's a hardcover.
Hardcover.
There's a hardcover collection, and I also have a trade called the DC works of Alan Moore, the Alan Moore DC works. It's got all the stuff he did for DC, and it's in that. But what's cool about chapter 1, the art in that, it's Curt Swan on the pencils, but inks by George Perez.
Oh, wow.
And it is beautiful. Yep, there it is.
I've seen that cover before. Okay.
Yeah, so this is
I gotta grab that.
It's not a really big book. I think it's only
it's 2 issues. It's Superman and Action Comics. Yeah.
So it's like I've seen this before, but I never read it. So what is it? Is that oversized or standard size?
Just standard size.
I think it's just standard.
It was 2 issues. It was pretty much right. It was during Crisis. It was the end of the Silver Age. It was DC, Alan Moore saying goodbye to the Silver Age Superman and Curt Swan, effectively, because he was done after that. So it's Curt Swan on pencils, George Perez on inks.
I gotta check that out. I gotta grab that copy.
Here's that panel that I was talking about.
There it is.
And the caption box is
the Lex Luthor Brainiac in that. Oh my God, it is downright creepy.
So the caption says he looked as if he'd been crying. So
bitch.
Yep. Bitch me. So yeah. All that being said, this may be my favorite 2 issues of an Alan Moore, like anything, but Miracleman, damn dude, after reading book 1,
that's just the tip of the iceberg, man.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like there's more. So literally,
it's hard to say, like, too, if I like Miracleman more than Swamp Thing, because Swamp Thing has that kind of same deconstruction, reconstruction, looking at this character in a totally new light, and then you have so much of like the I don't know how you want to call it, the ethereal nature of it, or the psychedelic nature of it. I don't know. There's so many great aspects that he takes you through with Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you so Jem, you'd say probably Swamp Thing is your favorite so far?
I don't know, man. It's a tough one. It's tough one between Miracleman and Swamp Thing, to be honest.
Drew, what about you? Well, I mean, should I even? Yeah, I shouldn't even.
It's Miracleman for me, number 1. Swamp Thing 2. Then 3 is the whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow, and 4. There's another one he did. It's the for the Man Who Has Everything. The Black Orchid, whatever that they find on Superman's chest in the fortress.
Right. Yeah.
Terrific Superman story.
That was yeah. I think that was in the. I think that's actually in the yeah. It's got to be because I think it's Alan Moore's collected works of Superman.
Well, that's what that book is.
Yeah, whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow, which is Superman 423 and Action Comics 583, and then the Jungle line, which is DC Comics presents.
That's the Swamp Thing Superman story he did, where Superman is dying from like this fungus, this Kryptonian fungus on a meteorite. It's making him hallucinate and everything. And Swamp Thing has to help him. Yeah.
And then the last one, Superman Annual number 11 for the Man Who Has Everything.
There you go.
Yeah, love it. Yeah. Watchmen isn't even up there for me. I mean, I like Watchmen, but I mean, some of this other stuff is better than Watchmen.
What's so funny is like when I was a kid, Watchmen, you could find Watchmen trade paperbacks everywhere, right? They're all over Barnes & Noble. They're all over Borders, Books A Million, all those bookstores that went out of business. And so I'm reading like the essential collections and the essential editions, like floppy image books. And I'm like, oh, cool, muscular dudes and blah, blah. And then I picked up Watchmen because I was like, this is my entrance into like, cool, I'm a comic book reader now, right? And I read Watchmen. I was like, this fucking sucks. This little kid.
I remember when I first watched the movie before I really got into comics, and I was like, what is this fake ass Batman shit? Like, I didn't get it at first, man. And then and then later on, because when did the movie come out? The first movie had to be
2009.
Yeah, so it was
right
probably,
after 300, maybe?
the MCU came out, and I probably watched Iron Man. I was like, oh yeah, I watched superhero movies, and I was like, what the hell is this? And then later on, I would grab the trade and be like, oh, now I get it. Then I went back to watch the movie. I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. First of all, it's like panel for panel, and except for the ending. But it's like, oh, now I get it. I remember that.
It makes sense because I mean, getting an audience to believe that Dr. Manhattan's responsible as compared to a giant squid monster created by by psychics, and it's like, no, that's not going to work.
So, Kyle, is Watchmen your favorite then of Alan Moore?
Well, Watchmen is, you can't touch it. It's unapproachable. You can't even. It's in a whole
Thanks,
different
Sean.
No, you can't appreciate Watchmen. You'll never appreciate it for what it truly is and what it's done for the world and what it will always do. No, I would say it depended on the time in which I read his books, and I feel like I go back to Miracleman and the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I think probably the most. Those are probably the two that I've read the most. That I don't, and they're very different stories, but there's a lot of fun, and I just remember that, impressionable time, like 16, 17 years old, like picking this stuff up and like just being completely blown away by what comic books could be, and people telling real, legit, like real stories. Like it felt so real, and I'm just like, man, this is actually serious. Like there are real serious things going on in these books, and it just completely blew my mind that this stuff actually existed. And so I think those two are probably up there. His Swamp Thing run is great. But
the Anatomy Lesson is one of the single best comics ever.
Which one?
Yeah.
The Anatomy Lesson from Swamp Thing, when we get
I think one of my favorite Alan Moore like characters would maybe be the comedian.
Yes,
from Watchmen, but I don't know.
In the Watchmen, he is my absolute favorite character.
Oh yeah, and I think most people probably resonate with him the most potentially. Rorschach is also
Rorschach,
yeah.
The character who Alan Moore hates the most,
which is so funny because he's like, oh, don't you get it? He's a fucking fascist, racist, blah, blah. And it's like, we don't care. Like, you wrote a character that people can resonate with, man. Like, it's not our fault that you wrote someone who like says these things that people can understand on a human level. But he's all butthurt that people actually like his own character. So it's like, oh, whatever.
Or we like his stuff in general. I don't care that you like. It's like, fuck you, you piece of shit.
He has the worst takes of like any writer, and like he has the best books, and it's just like it is the
Neil. And I talked to Neil. I talked to Neil Adams about Alan Moore, and he even says that he's full of shit. Sometimes he even said he's full of shit. When he said like he said about the Killing Joke, he knows he's lying. He's saying it to piss people off intentionally.
What's he said about the Killing Joke?
He's never found Batman interesting. He's a very boring character.
Oh, Sure. Well, if you talk to guys like Graham Nolan and Kelly Jones and that whole kind of like Batman crew, Chuck Dixon, I think actually more so Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan, they fucking hate Killing Joke. They think it ruins everything about Batman and his villains and Joker.
Well, because it gives Joker the origin story, or
absolutely, yeah. So that I think Graham Nolan and Chuck actually did a comic after that one, kind of in response to Killing Joke once that had come out, because they hated that book. They thought it was so against everything that Batman had been. But well, Jem, I want to be respectful of your time, so we're going to get into some of the modern books. Are you cool? Do you want to go over Ultimate Spider-Man? Do you got to dip out?
Let's do Ultimate Spider-Man, but then I got to bounce.
Absolutely, man. So your initial thoughts?
This piece of shit.
You can't be serious.
Oh,
You
just
don't
wait.
like this
Wait,
book,
just
Jim.
wait till
Come on,
Kyle.
man. Come
So
on, man.
I haven't read modern comics really for all of 2023 except for Void Rivals, Transformers, and I don't know if G.I. Joe and Transformers came out at the end of last year or not, but
yeah, they did.
I knew I wanted to try to jump onto this. I think everyone was intrigued with why is Peter Parker? How does he have kids? What's going on? You know, and I didn't read. Apparently, there's a couple of one shots that lead up to this.
Ultimate Invasion is the series
Invasion.
leading into this.
But that's okay. So that's not new. That came out years ago.
No, that came out last year.
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Ultimate Invasion. Well, okay. So in MG, so I haven't read Transformers 4. I've read the 3 issues, but I'm not up to date. But as far as this, so I was looking forward to it. I love Jonathan Hickman, especially. I know what he's capable of. You know, I liked Hoxpox, and I know we all know what happened with the Krakoa era, but Hoxpox was dope. Loved his what was it? His Avengers run, his Fantastic Four run, and I gave it a shot, and I'm into it. First of all, it wasn't really Hickman-y. The first 3/4 of this book have a lot of heart with the. Are we talking spoilers?
Oh yeah. So yeah, we can spoil. We can go into it. The books have been out for 2 days at this point. So
I mean, we get Peter, and Peter's not that great in this issue, but man, Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson steal the show for me in this book.
Okay.
Because that's all that are in this book. You should call it Ultimate Ben and Ultimate J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, I mean, but I
like their dynamic.
I love the dynamic. I love the dialogue. I liked how even though J. Jonah Jameson is still a hard ass and he's still yelling Parker, but Ben is like they're still friends and they're still. I like how they're all cool with each other. I don't know if that seems weird or not, but I like that dynamic of the 3 boys in the Bugle, and J. Jonah Jameson, he quits, and then look, Ben Parker, he's Jerry Maguire'd him. He's like, "Oh, I'm coming too." And they kind of know Peter, he's got a family. Yeah, we understand that if you got to still work there, I mean, come work for us if you can or whatever, but we're out, like I love the camaraderie there. And I like the setup, man. I like to see all these seeds that got planted with Kingpin here. Now he's in the head of the Bugle. Tony Stark has been framed for this terrorist attack in Manhattan. The only thing that lost me, so Norman Osborn is probably this Green Goblin, right? Because I'm sorry, Harry Osborn. They mentioned Norman, but Harry's the one that's at the podium saying something that was like, "Hey, that was all cool until that last thing that he said,"
Yeah, Norman's dead because he died.
That's what that was.
Yeah, but we don't know who the Goblin. And the other interesting thing is Peter doesn't know Harry in this world.
So. Here's my, I guess, hot take. I didn't know what to expect coming into the ultimate, this Ultimate Universe Spider-Man. It was long-winded. I think that it was written well. I love Marco Cicchetto on art. I mean, the dude is a genius. For me, it felt very long. Maybe it's just because they are setting up all those different dynamics, like you said, between J. Jonah. You've got Uncle Ben now, and because he's the one who survived, we get the dynamic between Peter and MJ. You're understanding how Tony Stark plays into all of this.
The Maker, right?
Right. So there was a lot of setup. And I was like, I'm just waiting. I'm like, okay, where's Spidey, right? Like we're gonna see the outfit. We're gonna see.
True. He doesn't really
Marco
show up.
and that's what I was waiting for, right? Man. I was like, and then we get to the last page, and it's like, no, we didn't even get there. So, I don't know. It's tough. It's there were parts, especially at the funeral, where I was like, I had to walk away for a second because I'm like, I need a coffee or something because I'm tired.
I didn't feel that way. I don't know. But again, I only read 1 issue. You guys probably read a whole stack, right?
Maybe not an entire
not like it used to be.
Yeah.
We didn't read
well, not like, what was it, 40? Yeah, 40 bucks. So
yeah.
So Jem, you'd give this a recommend though?
Oh, like, hell yeah.
Okay.
And first of all, so I actually did a review on it, and I saw so many comments like that had read it as well. It's like, this is the Spider-Man I've been waiting for the last 10 years.
Wow.
But it's a very low bar to have to meet, right? Because Spider-Man has been terrible for so long. So anything that was halfway decent, it's like, okay, I'm down for this Spider-Man, you know?
Well, I mean, you're not
JR's
alone.
not anywhere near this. Yes.
Damn, I do have Transformers issue 4, man, but I forgot to. I didn't realize I had it on my phone. I got to read it.
Yeah, brother, it's a good one.
They're saying it's the best one. MG said it's the best.
Oh shit, MG. Oh really? Best so far. Damn.
Did you guys read the Cobra Commander 1 come out for? Because I got a PDF.
It's next week.
Yo. There's a double page spread, and that shit is so dope, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we liked Duke. I think we all really enjoyed Duke.
Yeah,
so that was
really
good.
Dude, and what made me like it so much? Well, I was at the panel, New York Comic Con, where Joshua Williamson was like explaining Duke to us, and I was so hyped just the way that he was setting it up. And then when you read it, it had the payoff that he set up, and I was like, damn, this shit is dope. But anyway, sorry, back to Ultimate Spider-Man 1. So, somebody commented on my video, like, they didn't like how the spider was just handed to him and he lets it bite him, and now boom, he's Spider-Man. And I was like, yeah, now that you say that, that is a little fast and convenient, and like,
it's not as special.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, well, Tony does seek him out individually, and is like, here's what you need to do in order to become a hero.
Yes, you don't know me, but this happened beforehand, and Peter's just believing him.
Yeah. And this was Tony Stank because his dad was
Iron Man, but also Peter believes him. But look, he's also had this feeling like gnawing at him that something isn't right. So it kind of validates how he's been feeling, and he's more open to believing him. But good thing he didn't believe that he was the terrorist that killed his aunt, I guess, right?
Yeah. Shit. So, I mean, Jem, I guess you're not alone, though, because 1,230 people gave this a thumbs up out of 1,241. So only, it looks like 11 people didn't like it out of these ratings, at least on this website. I got to tell
you, though, man, I think a lot of it has to do with how terrible Spider-Man has been for years.
Well, let me say that if you look at any Amazing Spider-Man book that has come out,
the rating has got to be crazy.
This is a good one. Sometimes they're in the 60s or 50s, bro.
Not even that many people read it. It was 80 people or something.
Yeah. It's not a lot, and they tend to not do very well. What was this one? No, this one was a little bit higher. I remember we read one that was I think it was like in the 60s. And
but even going back to the Nick Spencer run, even though I did like that whole Sin Eater arc was pretty good, but then it was like back to the bullshit.
And you know what's weird is
Nick Spencer left. That was it. It just never went back uphill.
Yeah. See, here's another 75. Like now on this website, anything below an 80 is like you might as well just throw the book in the trash.
Damn.
Because for League of Comic Geeks, people tend to rate fairly high.
That's funny. I use this site. I never even knew there was this whole rating system thing. I just looked at it to see what was coming out.
Yeah. We pretty much we use this whenever we like to get some comments, because you can read like what people are thinking.
I did see that. But also, what do you got? Pop-up blockers? Because I didn't see not one ad on that other site or on this site, which are usually riddled with them.
I got some magic fingers.
Because the other site I tried, I was unusable, and sometimes this is unusable for me.
These ones, like when we're reading this stuff,
it's bad.
it is like you said, unreadable if you don't have like a plugin. So and this is such a great, if I will commend modern comics on anything, it is that I can, if I want to read a comic from 1962, if I want to read a comic from 1974, I can go online right now and go read it, and that's pretty fucking cool. So
yeah, what did you guys think about that price tag though? $6? I mean, it is oversized, I guess.
Yeah, it's overly long. They're over padding.
So yeah, I was gonna say, Drew and Kyle, I want to hear y'all's opinion on this bad boy.
I'll go because I'll go because my take is not as hot as Kyle's, but I'll get there. But one area where I will agree with Jim on this is that there are some Miracleman elements in this book, and I do see that. That's great.
Okay.
The beginning, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and kind of throughout it too. There's elements about that, and I do it, but for me, that's where it kind of ends because this is too long. And comparing it to Miracleman, when we see what Alan Moore can do in 7 pages as compared to 40 here, it's like I'm reading it. I'm like, okay, hopefully, I know it's great. We're learning about the characters and we're world building, but let's have something happen. It's like 10 pages, 15.
Well, look,
20.
they didn't need to put the Kingpin scene in there. They could have saved that for the next issue. They didn't need to put the bar scene or J. Jonah Jameson quitting. Like all of that was like, wasn't really necessary for this issue, right?
Yeah, extraneous. And there's really only 1 page of action, and that's when the Green Goblin shows up.
But I'm not all about the action. I mean, in my theory on that is this is a comic book, and Spider-Man is an action comic book, and there should be some action in this, but we don't really get that. We're world building, which is fine. That you got to do that, but there's too much in here of that. And I think I'm going to say Jonathan Hickman forgot to have fun with it. He didn't have fun with this.
I felt bad because Marco Cicchetto just had to draw people talking.
That's true.
Now, like you said, there's a ton of character development in here, which is great.
Yeah.
Kind of the other fatherly figure in J. Jonah Jameson to Peter, and you're also getting some stuff about, like you said, the boys. The boys are kind of in the Bugle or wherever they're at, and they're just enjoying their time together. I mean, I think this. Sorry, not this part. This part could have been taken out with Osborn. Yeah. It's just like, I think maybe they could have cut it here after he says, like, thank you, Father. It's an emotional day. We're all gathered here together because we've seen May Parker here. We understand what the significance is there. But then it's like, oh, man,
well, it looks like we're going to get the payoff in issue 2 because Goblin's on the cover, right? So either it's him or maybe it is Norman, that he's not really dead, or who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
All right, Kyle, give us your hot take. Give it to us raw.
This book is boring as all fuck. Like, it's not a Spider-Man book. It's not. There's more about, hey, you like that Ultimate Universe? Remember where everyone was standing around talking and not doing a goddamn thing like in the past issues? We're gonna get more of that because everyone loves to just stand around in rooms.
Jim, you didn't read it. Ultimate Invasion, that was pretty much what that was. Everyone just standing around. And Brian Hitch, drunk people standing around.
Gosh, it sounds like I didn't really,
big rooms.
It sounds like I didn't miss much, and it didn't really need to read that leading into this. That little caption on the first page is enough. Oh, the Maker fucked everything up. Cool, let's go.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the Maker going around preventing the heroes from becoming heroes.
Yep, that's it. And it's like, Jesus God, how many fucking beers do we have to literally see you drink in the book? Like,
you want to drink a few yourself.
No kidding. It's like, okay, we get it. I still get it. Thank you. Still get it. Okay.
You know what? I was just happy that it didn't suck. I think that's what it is, man.
There you go. All right. Okay.
I'm glad
it wasn't bad. It's not a bad comic. It's just he didn't have fun with it. There wasn't anything fun about it. I'll say that. It was just.
Peter was glum the whole time. His uncle and J. Jonah quit the job, so that was kind of a downer. Mary Jane was cool. I like how she was supportive.
Yeah, she was supportive. Yeah. I like that, and it's still seeing mopey Peter though. It's like, God, that's what we've been getting this whole time.
Because what's happening in Amazing Spider-Man? Mary Jane's got kids with some other guy, right?
Oh, dude,
and she's a superhero now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even whacker.
She's jackpot.
So I think so how we do our rating system, Jem, is pretty much like three different categories. You recommend it, it's a meh, it's like meh, or it's a skip it. And then if it's really, really bad, it's a rip it, which is like you're just tearing it to shreds.
Yeah.
So for you, this is a recommend.
Yeah, I would recommend it. If you're a Spider-Man fan and you've hated what's going on with Spider-Man for the past 10 plus years, give it a shot. It's not an action-packed brouhaha, but I think it's got a lot of world building, like Max said, and I feel like we're going to get payoff. I trust Hickman. Hopefully he he gets to stay with it and it doesn't get overrun by others. So I would recommend it. What do you got to lose?
I think I'm going to give $6. You'll lose $6. I think I'm going to give this a meh. I think because I see both, and people are going to be like, "Oh, you're fence sitting." No, I legitimately do see points to both. Jem brings up a good point of like, hey, this is a Spider-Man comic that's it's written well, it's illustrated well, and it doesn't suck. You know what I mean? Like comparatively to what we've been getting. And you kind of get to see Peter become the Spider-Man in this issue, where he's like facing this whole thing of, I need to become something greater than what I am now, and now I have that opportunity to do that once I get bitten by the spider again. So I can see his point, but at the same time, there were multiple moments in this book where I was like,
yeah, they could have trimmed the fat a little bit on it. I'm with you there. It could have been a standard size $4 book. Save some of that shit for the issue 2.
Yeah,
well, I get you.
That's where, like with Drew and Kyle, I kind of agree with them there, where it's like, the pace. We need to either, if it's your issue 1, you gotta draw me in with that issue 1. So. But yeah, Drew, Kyle, are you guys giving this a meh or a skip it?
I'm going to give it a meh. I really went back and forth on this. Like, I mean, it would be a low recommend or a meh, but like, honestly, there's nothing here that couldn't have been done in 22 pages. As writing comic books now myself, and, working with Aaron Sparrow and editing my own stuff with him, it's like, yeah, this could have been trimmed. There's absolutely, this could have been trimmed to 22 pages.
Okay.
But not to defend my choice, but I mean, it was a slow burn, setting you up for the long haul. It wasn't such a quick boom, 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 boom. Can't wait for issue 2. It was like, guys, this is what we're doing. Stick along with it. You're kind of you're reading this with the intention to continue with it and follow it through. That's kind of how I looked at it.
I can definitely see, so for example, like the movie 7. Where it's like you're in this universe and it's fairly slow for the initial portion of it in the beginning, because it's trying to introduce you to this world, and it's trying to like get you to feel like, oh man, this is gritty and gross, and like this is what they're trying to do. So I can see what they're trying to do with this and introducing you into the Ultimate Universe here. I think what I enjoyed more so was like Transformers, where Transformers 1, I'm like turning the pages like crazy. And then by the time I get to that last page, I was like, oh shit. I was like, there's no more. And I was like, oh man, I gotta read issue 2 right now. And I had to wait for another month. With this one, I'm kind of like, I might read issue 2, maybe, so I think there's a difference in like, I don't know, in that kind of pacing, I guess.
I'm definitely going to read issue 2. Kyle,
oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's a skip.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a hard. It's not worth I have to look at it. It's not worth the money. You could skip this issue and read issue 2 and probably be caught up on everything
with the synopsis on that white page, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those Hickman. We need one of those layout.
One of those graphic design.
This could have been like a 0 issue. There we go. This could have been like a 0 issue leading into the Ultimate Spider-Man #1.
Yeah.
And but yeah.
Yeah, it's the only thing that saves it. The art, obviously, it's better than JR will ever be.
Oh, he's
it's and
what is going on over there?
I know. I get what they're trying to do with this issue. I can appreciate a slow burn, but it's also called Ultimate Spider-Man, not Ultimate Peter Parker.
Ultimate Ben Parker.
Not Ultimate Daily Bugle.
Hey, Ultimate Ben Parker's alive.
Yeah.
Hey, but it kind of makes you feel like, yo, Ben Parker is way better than Aunt May. Like, Aunt May is boring as hell. Ben's got a job.
I actually really like Ben Parker.
Yeah, I like this twist. I like this new take. Hey, Uncle Ben's alive. Okay, cool. Let's go with this.
It's like that can only last for so long. We got it in Ultimate Invasion. Like, hey, what if this character is a villain? What if this character is a good guy?
I didn't even read that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Who cares? Great. It's like, okay, I like that idea, but do something with it. Don't just have politics in here about who's going to run the paper.
I wonder.
Good points.
I wonder if I would give this a recommend. Like, say all of the fat was trimmed from this. I wonder if I would give this book a recommend. Like, if it read super smooth and I got to like page 22 and I was like, oh shit, that was cool. I think I would probably give it a recommend just to try it. You know, if it's $3.99, absolutely give it a shot. You know, it's a great intro. But at what was the price point again? $6? It's like,
$6.99 was it or $5.99?
I think it's $5.99.
Yeah.
Well, look, on that note, I'm about to bounce and read Transformers 4.
Do it, man. You're gonna love it. So
brace yourself.
Yeah. All right. I'm excited, man. Damn. All right. So look, thanks for having me on.
Of course.
I feel like I suffer from bad reading retention, so I always love jumping on these types of things to talk it out, because then you'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. Oh, now that makes sense. We need to do this with DC Crisis events because they lose me every time. But
even if we did a 4-hour stream, we'd still be confused. So
but appreciate you guys having me on, and don't wait 6 months to finish book 2, man.
I know, right? Shoot, I will make sure that we'll choose a date for February, and we'll come up and we'll have you on again. But dude, seriously, thank you for taking the 2.5 hours tonight to hang out with us, talk Miracleman.
Out, man.
No, I love it, dude, and we're so grateful. So I'm really excited for book 2. But it was a pleasure meeting you, man. So we look forward to having you on.
I gotta check out your stuff too, man, because we were talking behind the scenes. I see the background. I'm like, okay, this guy's right up my alley, man.
Absolutely, dude.
But shout out everyone in the chat too, man. Even though everyone gave it a meh or a skip, I still like Ultimate Spider-Man 1. I'll catch you guys later, man.
Yeah, we love it, man. Take care.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
See you, man. That was fun. That was really
Oh, super fun. Jem's awesome, and he's super chill. He just seems very genuine. You know what I mean? Like how he is in his videos is how he is on a live stream, and
100%.
I don't think I think it's good that we get an outside perspective for someone who doesn't read all the modern books that we read. You know what I mean? Because he'll be like, yeah, I love this. And we'll be like, this was shit. This is one of the worst books I've ever read. And he'll be like, well, so
He's going to be honest.
Zaxx, this is the issue.
Yes, it is.
Even though the dialogue is good and though it is written very well, the issue doesn't suck in terms of its objective quality, in terms of like how it's written. But they pretty much kind of just sit around and talk for a good amount of while. So all right, let's get on to what was the next one. So we read, Kyle, actually you read Action, yeah?
Yeah.
This is the first issue that Jason Aaron is on, I think.
Yes.
He's taken over the title.
Yeah, it's a new start. It's a new Bizarro story. So this is a good jumping on point.
Ooh, look at this variant. Okay.
Oh my. Yeah. No, the art in this is fantastic. I thought for a character as obnoxious as Bizarro can be, which he can, a little bit of him goes a long way, like Harley Quinn. He can get very grainy, just
hardly thin.
Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, we get it. You talk backwards and you say things different. It's like, all right. I was like, a whole fucking story with him. But I thought this was a lot of fun. This was action-packed. This was actually a very good story as far as Bizarro is taken seriously. Like, he's menacing, he's evil. Like, there's some really awesome fight scenes between him and Superman later on that I just think are absolutely awesome.
Yeah. So okay, I just got back, but I don't know what you guys talked before I got here. But I will say
I loved it.
Me too. I am legitimately shocked Jason Aaron wrote this. Like, it is that damn good. But it is Jason Aaron, so let's see where we are 3 issues from now.
Exactly. It's going to go into Kookyville with all kinds of God knows what. But this issue was action packed. It's exciting. Bizarro is an actual villain in this. It's taken seriously. This was great. I had a lot of fun.
We have stakes. The stake by the end of this issue, the stakes are massive and
huge.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
He punches Superman to Pluto. Like, I mean, it's like, holy fuck.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Did you not read this?
No, I didn't read this one.
Oh,
Because I saw Jason Aaron and I said, "Fuck no, I'm not going to read this book." Are you kidding me?
Understandable.
So yeah, you have to understand my position here. I'm loving this art, but what I'm also hearing you guys say is that we could be seeing a Jason Aaron that we used to know from Thor: God of Thunder back in 2012,
or Southern Bastards. You know, back when Jason Aaron actually tried and was just telling a good story and was not deconstructing characters and just enjoying torturing and making fun of fans.
Wasn't cucking Punisher.
Just not. The heroes are heroes, villains are villains, and I can't wait to see where it goes to next. But like I said, it's Jason Aaron. Let's see what happens where we are 3 issues from now.
Yeah, man. I thought the magical aspect of this, of Bizarro, just these magicians, like these people not fully understanding what Bizarro actually kind of is, and like trying to understand what he's. It's like then he ends up getting all of these magical powers, and then it's like, oh shit, this is obviously going to hurt Superman now. Not only is he Bizarro, but he's powered with magic, and now Bizarro seems to have a plan for how to attack Super. It's like, oh shit, this is like one of the worst things that could happen. It's doofus.
When he talks to Superman at the end of the issue, it's like that talk he has, like, oh shit.
Yeah, and then Superman interpreting things like, oh wait, he was crying when this happened. It's like, oh fuck, he wasn't crying, he was laughing. Oh shit, he wanted this to happen. Oh fuck. It's like, I always see Bizarro as kind of a doofus, and he kind of is. He's always been treated like that, but now he is actually a formidable, serious foe, and it's like, what does this mean?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, and this is kind of where I'm at, because Gilmer and Fiend both, I feel y'all's heartbreak, man. I feel your sentiments. Like it's just, he's one issue away from just this is what happened with me with Punisher issue number 1 when they had the stupid Mandalorian logo, right? I was like, you know what? I'll give it a chance. I love the Punisher. I like Jason Aaron's Thor. I'll give it a shot. By issue 2, they made him a psychopathic, child murdering, insane.
Yeah, I mean, we're not crazy. We're not paranoid. This is a documented track record with Jason Aaron. He does this. We're not being crazy. Like, clearly, if you think we're crazy, no, this is shit he has done for the last 10 years. It is documented.
Maybe DC, maybe he needed a little bit of a refresher on DC, Dominic. That might be a good point. I don't know, man, but it scares me that he's on Superman, though, because Superman's my favorite character of all time.
Yes.
And so it's like, okay, when is the proverbial other shoe going to drop? Right? It's just a matter of time before he makes Superman bitch made, and it's like,
before Lois gets the superpowers and Clark is a impish 150-pound man, working a Daily Planet.
Yeah, we need a trans super to come in and save the day with the rest of the other family. Yeah,
and
we already have that with John. John's the super day.
It'll be like an incest relationship between Lois and John, and Clark will be watching in the corner.
Zaxx, this would I would legit actually read this. This sounds fucking amazing. Diners, drive-ins, and Daz. Guy Fieri. Yeah. Coming in hot, brother. Yeah.
Going into Flavor Country.
Coming down to Flavor Town. Yeah, I would read a fucking Guy Fieri comic in a heartbeat.
Guy Fieri would win that fight every time.
Every time, dude. Are you kidding me? With all the spicy hot chicken he eats, that dude would light Miles Morales up. No contest. So, and the comic would be called Triple D's because it's diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Hell yeah.
Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. It looks the art looks great. The story looks like a lot of fun. But damn it all, I've been hurt too many times,
Well, and hey, he's 2 for 2 right now. Batman Off-World or whatever has been really damn good. So is Action Comics so far. But like I said, the Off-World's only been 2 issues so far. This has been 1. Let's see where we are between issues 3 and 5. Let's see what happens.
And that is kind of also the it does make you wonder. The second he leaves Marvel, he gets on Batman and Superman and makes them both dope. It's like, what? Come on, man. What happened? What'd you do to Punisher? Like, what did you have against Punisher? They're like making Batman and Superman cool, which I love. I mean, like, keep doing your thing with Batman and Superman. Keep making them great. But I mean, yeah. So
and to this, I have a crazy. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I'm really, part of me thinks that editorial came to Jason and told him, "You're writing the story. This is what's going to happen. This is that. Dude, put this in there. Put that in there." And Jason's like, "Okay, fine." Part of me thinks that. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that he really is just that big of an asshole. He did that himself. But well, who knows?
You're right though. I'm not giving enough credit to editorial in terms of they deserve most of the blame most of the time, but they actually get away with a lot more shit because they're behind the scenes. So, what did he do with what was the Ghost Rider issue? Do you guys remember that? I thought that was Ben Percy.
No. Jason wrote Ghost Rider back in like 2005, early 2000s. He wrote Ghost Rider.
Oh, whoa!
And
even before Thor. Oh my god.
Yeah, but way before Thor. I forget what happened in that run. I think I was living overseas when that came out, so I didn't get a chance to read it.
Okay.
I wasn't reading it at the time.
Yeah. Speaking of Ben Percy, though, which is rare because I don't know if I'm ever going to read his stuff anymore, especially after that Ghost Rider issue. Kyle, you know which one I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
The one that you put as your number 1 worst comic book of 2023. That was our very own Ben Percy. Yeah. So
this is not the most violent Wolverine story ever told. They can fuck right off with that.
Correct.
Yeah,
it was not.
This was
nice try.
It was a violent Sabretooth story.
Kind of, yeah. Sure.
Like, you get to see Cyclops torn in half, kind of here.
Yeah.
But, like, for the most part, this was just, hey, look at all the Sabretoothses.
Yeah.
Aren't there so many Sabretoothses?
I'm seeing double. 4 Sabretoothses.
Yeah.
Look at that one. That's a Captain America one. That's one with a nice rack.
Yeah. Ooh, I like this Sabretoothses.
Yeah, that one's my favorite.
Mine too.
She looks smart.
If I were she's got a great personality, and if I were to die by Sabretooth, I'd probably want it to be this one.
Yeah, I picked that one.
She has a big heart.
Yeah. So I will say I liked the last page of this. I mean, yeah, it's brutal. Like, it's gory, it's brutal, it's violent, but the most violent Wolverine story ever? No.
Absolutely not.
I love the foreshadowing of him talking to his son, like, "Hey, I know you're probably going to die soon, but I want you to know that you're like, I want to take this moment to talk about how great and wonderful our family is. And I honestly feel like we have such a long history together, and everything's going to be perfect from this time on." It's like,
I'm just like, where's the buzzard? Where's the buzzard? Where's the buzzard on his shoulder?
Yeah, it's like, God, can you foreshadow this even more?
It was, you could see it coming from a mile away. And, like, I don't know. For me,
it's like
I'm
the
like,
cop in the movie telling you, like, going to be retiring and getting my boat. And, retire next week.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Or, like, the hero's wife is like, "Oh, I'm pregnant," and then he's like, "Oh, I'm so glad that we're not living a life of, whatever." And then the guy's life comes to haunt him, and they steal the wife or whatever.
I got one last job. That's all I need. We're gonna be safe after this one last job.
Nothing's gonna go wrong, I promise. Nope. And it's like, oh, all right. So yeah, I mean, like, that's fine for me, I guess. I felt like they were just trying to do shock value, though, without any real substance, because the shock value, I mean, this was a great, panel. Like, this is a great page. Now, artwork is beautiful, but this last page, I'm like, oh, Jesus. Like,
It's lame.
Okay, so they used his body parts to spell out happy birthday to Wolverine because Sabretooth always tries to,
leave a
ruin
message.
Wolverine's
Yeah,
birthday. Yeah.
And I will say, if they wanted to be shocking, they would have done that with, because I think Kamala Khan shows up. You want to make it real shocking.
Ooh.
You would have done that to her in this. They're like, holy shit, did not see that coming. You got some
Like
balls.
they did that to a child, to a literal
They did to
child.
a protected Marvel character, like the symbol of Marvel. But
just think how many letters you could get with her stretchy big hands.
Oh yeah, that's true. So I don't know. All that being said, I don't even know what I'd give it.
It's a meh at best. At best.
It's a meh.
That's fair. It's a meh. That's fair. Just for, like I said, shock value alone, yeah. If maybe they do something cool where like this, because this is part 1 in a multi-part series, right? Yeah, Sabretooth.
Fortunately, yeah.
So, twice monthly. Okay.
You're welcome.
Jesus, there are going to be 10 parts to this. Are you joking?
Oh, it only gets better.
All right. Well, if that's part 1, I guess we'll find out soon. But yeah, I would have liked X-23. That would have been way better.
Yeah, that'd been awesome. Like, holy shit, didn't see that coming. That'd been awesome. Yeah.
Well, but she's actually Wolverine.
Oh, well, Wolverine did tell her in this issue. He's like, "You're gonna take over for me when I die."
God damn it! You're better than me. You're the bestest ever. Yeah, you're amazing.
Yeah.
Just validation. The page.
Yeah.
With,
she's like, "What?" She's like, "You're being weird. Shut up."
You're not gonna die. No one's gonna die today. You stupid fucking male. God damn it!
You don't even fucking know, Dad.
You have no idea. I know everything. Shut up.
You can't. It's not like you've lived, hundreds and hundreds of years and have have the ability to smell out villains, and you can figure out like the fact that it's your birthday and Sabretooth is most likely going to try and kill you. Yeah.
Stupid. Shut up.
Yes, I did hear this news, Dominic. You know what I'm going to say? At least it's not fucking, girl with a dragon tattoo, whatever her name is.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. That's fine, but I hate the character of the Hood. Just ever since Brian Michael Bendis made him the biggest fucking thing since Apocalypse or Thanos, it's like, no, this is a street level dipshit character. Are you kidding me right now? He's the biggest threat in the Marvel Universe, Brian Michael Bendis? Fuck off. No.
Yeah. That's Wolverine for you. Meh at best.
The most violent issue, mind you.
No.
Sometimes I'm like, okay, the most violent Wolverine story ever told. Of course, that's false, right? Right here. Yep. I wonder if they're starting to do the YouTube thing. You know what I mean? Like, are comic book creators trying to do the YouTube thing where it's like, they fucking hate him, and then it's like an arrow pointing to like Johnny Depp, and he's like, oh,
yeah.
I wonder if they're trying to do the YouTube thumbnail thing. I don't know.
Just to sensationalize and get people to say you're a fucking moron and it's wrong.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe.
Sure, whatever sells your book. How about you make the most violent Wolverine stories so that way
right?
It's a win-win.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Let's see. What was the next one up here? So this was Wolverine 96. Man. Did you guys notice that Ultimate Spidey was 100 or 99? Damn.
Ugh.
99.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They're saying that this was as good as Transformers.
So I haven't read this issue yet. I haven't been able to read it.
Okay.
It's dropped online, the comic site. It's on there now.
Oh, it is?
Just dropped? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We'll pull it up then. Yeah, because I was waiting for it to drop, but I was able to find a source that had it. Because I didn't actually get to go to my LCS this week, unfortunately. So, but let's see. I think I took notes on this. Yeah. So the pacing in this book I thought was fantastic. I don't want to spoil anything.
That's what we do.
Yeah, but for you guys though, you guys haven't read it yet.
I have.
Oh, you have? Oh, okay, never mind. I liked the fact that the whole book, and I don't know if you got this, Kyle, the whole book is about sacrifice. Like that's the central theme. That's the core theme is Optimus is sacrificing himself in order to save others. The Autobots are sacrificing themselves to save themselves and to save the people of Earth. So I thought the message was fantastic. And you actually see the Decepticons are the exact opposite. They're sacrificing the weakest of them to like satisfy their needs, because there's a moment in here where it gets pretty brutal. But yeah, Transformers all ganging up. That's awesome, where the Autobots all come together. And what's his name? Optimus says, "What do you say, Decepticons? Shall we finish it?" About to take take off. And then Jazz shows up. That was cool to see Jazz in here.
It was cool. No, this issue, I think, is it the best so far?
Ooh.
That's what people are saying.
That's what people are saying, and I could see why people are saying that, just because of how it read and how fast paced it was and how serious it was at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this
you're dealing
really
with
had
death.
everything. Dealing with death. Yeah, and what that means. And truly, sacrificing yourself and the giving of oneself to save people he doesn't even know. Like, human right, he owes us nothing.
Yeah.
He owes them nothing. He owes anybody in here nothing, but yet what Optimus stands for and what the Autobots stand for. And it's like, it hits you.
Yeah.
With his son, it's like in a dad trying to save his son and then ultimately realizing, I can't do shit. I have to sit here and watch my son die because Decepticons find out there's a building here where you repair your stupid people that I can just easily kill. Yeah. You guys repair them in here? Oh, we're just going to blow the shit out of this place. And you actually see them blow up a hospital, and it's like, holy shit, they went there. Like, they actually do these things.
Speaking of death, I don't know if you guys saw, but the actor who played Crazy Joe Davola, he died.
Oh, like today?
Yep, today, about an hour ago. Yeah, that is 71.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Oh, man, that's young. At least I think. I mean, in the 70s, you can still. Wow. Damn. Well, rest in peace, Crazy Joe Davola.
R.I.P.D.
R.I.P.D. But no, you're right. I mean, the reason why I sigh is because my hesitancy to call this the greatest book of all time, Optimus should have led Spike to the hospital while Cliffjumper, Jazz, and who else was there? Someone else, I forget. They should have distracted the Decepticons and had them go somewhere else, because Optimus led them right to the most vulnerable place in the world, which is a hospital. And I was like, no, they would know better than that, right? I don't know.
Would they? Would they know that that's a soft target? I don't know.
That's the question. So that for me, I was like, oh man, I feel like Optimus would kind of know. Don't. I know that enemies are following me. Let's have a diversion, right? Cliffjumper, Jazz, and whoever, veer right and take them off to this course. I'm gonna go left, and I'm gonna take Spike to the hospital. Right? They can't follow both of us. At least that's what I thought maybe would be interesting, but in all actuality, Daniel Warren Johnson makes it work out much better, because without the Decepticons destroying the hospital, we wouldn't have had this moment of sacrifice by Optimus. So,
yeah,
it makes sense. Yeah,
and to see Starscream be a total fucking piece of shit.
Oh,
I mean,
dude,
just the
total
absolute worst what he's willing to sacrifice, who he's willing to sacrifice, like what he's willing to do when he's having other Decepticons say, "Help me." He's like, I'll be right back.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll get you later. You're fine.
And especially here, what are you doing, brother? Where they're like, we need more we need more Cybertron energy. Yeah. And he's like, we've got some right here. You know, he's just the fucking worst. Worst of the worst.
He is the worst of the worst. It's like we haven't even seen at the end of this spoiler. It's like where Megatron has been, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, right. So yeah, this is where we're getting to. This was probably my favorite scene. When the boy's like, "Oh, I heard you can change into a truck. Is that true?" And he goes, "Indeed it is, young human. I'm a little worse for the wear, but gladly." And he still does it for the little kid, you know.
I love these mid transforming panels.
Oh, there's so all the little intricacies of all the little
Oh, so cool.
So cool. But I honestly like probably this better with him and the dad.
Yes.
When the dad is like, "Can you save him? You're a god." And Optimus has to tell him, "I'm no god just because of our size difference. You humans are still mighty," you know? And just like this image right here, you know, him talking down to the dad and Optimus telling the dad, you humans, you can still make a difference, you know? That's cool, man. I like that a lot.
It's great.
They fix the generator. They're able to get the hospital up and running. But what's his name is kind of having doubts because he's like, "Optimus, you need to fix your arm. We need to get more energon. We're dying here."
Is that it's not Ratchet, is it? No.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Who is it?
Is it? Damn it. Yeah, it's Ratchet.
It is? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he says it will be fine, Ratchet. Yeah. But yeah, like even Jazz goes down at one point because he's like, "Man, I'm running out of energy here. I don't know if I can do this any longer." And they kind of have to, they have this really meaningful dialogue, which is probably some of the better dialogue I've seen DWJ do, in all honesty, which is the question of, would we sacrifice ourselves for people we know nothing of, people who we don't care for, right? We just ended up on their planet. We don't know who they are. Are we willing to sacrifice everything we are in order to protect them? And it's a good question that they have to ask themselves, because Ratchet isn't so sure, but Optimus is very sure. He's like, absolutely, we will die here if it means protecting them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
yeah,
if Optimus dies, they're all fucked. And it's like,
you
need to start thinking about yourself here. Like,
yeah,
you're these people, you owe them nothing. We owe them nothing. Decepticons are going to kill them anyway, regardless of where we're at. We need to save you. Start thinking about yourself. And Optimus is like, no, they're worth saving. Everything is worth saving.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially this is impactful too, especially when we went back to issue number 2, where Optimus realizes just how fragile Earth is, you know, when he steps on that deer, and he's really like realizing like where he is on Earth, and yet how all these fragile humans, this fragile Earth is worth saving. Even though they come from a planet that's all metal, you know, it's all hardened steel and everything. So I thought
done better here in this issue. That issue was kind of lame. This issue is actually done much better.
Oh, okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to have to reread a lot of these, because I find that the issues that people really love are ones that I don't necessarily feel the same. Like I prefer previous issues, but I'm going to reread this one because I don't know. This was also, what do you think is in that box?
It's in a box.
Because he says, "Ratchet, no, I can't use this." And he says, "You are wounded and barely standing. We're the last of our kind, fighting for survival. We need this. We have no other choice." And he slams it. I don't know.
It's not what he puts on later, is it? I thought that's...
That was, that's
Megatron's arm.
Megatron's arm.
Yeah, so I think that's what was in there. Like, you're using a part of Megatron That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. That tracks then. Yeah, that makes sense. But this is pretty fucking cool though.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I can't begin
the
to imagine
clouds
how
look
much that
great.
page went for. I can't begin to imagine.
Oh, dude, right? Megatron's arm, a kind of worn down Optimus, the beautiful clouds in the background. I've never seen a background like this before, where the clouds are kind of like they take over the sky. You know, with two other Transformers in the foreground and background. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a beautiful page.
Mm-hmm.
Really well done. And look who we see here.
The main man.
Who's this? And where has his arm gone? Why is he in ice? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, because the reason why this is funny is because Starscream is saying, "I will be the leader forever. I will rule forever." And then it's like, are you sure about that? Because this
always
guy
worked out for him
might
in
be
the past.
Yeah, he's always wanted to be
Yeah.
the leader, and now he finally has his time to shine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe this will lead to Megatron becoming Galvatron. Who knows?
Could be.
And yeah, look at these pages of how he's ripping the other Decepticon apart. Like, gosh dang, these are so well drawn.
Yeah,
And it's horrific, you know?
it is. To think that robots, like, you can't make that look like horrible, like, oh, that must hurt. Like, you can't, it's hard to do. It's like, no, he makes it look like it hurts.
Right? Because you can't, it feels like, oh, you can't make a metal thing organic. And yet when you see them ripping him apart, you're like, oh my God, this looks like flesh and bone. Like, it looks brutal.
Yeah, they look like zombies just ripping things apart.
Yeah. It's good. It's good.
Amazing.
I like it. But this is probably my
bravo.
favorite panel in the book, maybe.
I love that panel.
Yeah. Now here's the question. What did we think about the reconnecting between Cliffjumper and what's her fucking name?
What's it?
Oh,
I haven't read this part, so I couldn't tell
Carly.
you.
Carly. Yeah. Because she's obviously devastated, right? Spike is potentially dead. Her father is dead. Everyone around her is, you know, depressed and at a loss. She doesn't know what's going on in her life. And Cliffjumper asks, you know, are you okay? And she says, what kind of question is that? And he has to say, sorry. And they just kind of sit in silence. And he goes, I know how you feel, you know. And she goes, oh, yeah, how's that? And then he starts saying, Starscream killed my entire clan. My mother, my father. Before he took yours, he took all of mine. I joined the war the next day. And then she kind of eases up, but I don't know, man.
I liked the softening because you could see how in that time she hasn't had a chance to process grief. Of course, she's going to be angry.
Yeah.
I trust me. I understand. And it's like you go through all the gambit of emotions right away. So she hasn't had a chance to really process. But now that it took him saying, no, I know what it's like. Trust me. It's like I've been there. And then she's like, okay, now I can kind of let my guard down a little bit. I like the softening. I hope it continues. I hope it kind of gets her to grow up a little bit and kind of grow from this. And so I'm cautiously optimistic about where it goes for the next 2 issues at least. So we'll see what happens after that. But
oh yeah, that's right. It's just those 2, and then all right, we're done.
I know he's still writing.
Then we get Jorge Corona on the art. So,
yeah.
I don't know, man. How much of a shift did we feel when Roberto de la Torre left Conan? The writer stayed the same, and the art changed, and it still feels like a totally different book. You know,
it was jarring. Very jarring.
But
that's Conan. He sucks. Like these are Transformers. These are real characters here we're talking about.
Wow. Yeah. I will admit, Transformers have more heart. They tell better stories in terms of morality. Conan is just badass. You know, it's fun to read Conan. It's fun to read Transformers, but they tend to have a story of like optimism and hopefulness and, morality and things like that. So sacrifice. I agree. I think initially I was a little worried, but when she says, does this feeling go away? Does it get easier? That was the moment where it's like she's breaking down her walls, and Cliffjumper has been so patient with her being so standoffish that this might be an opportunity where she learns to trust them,
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. So
yeah. Get it.
I was gonna answer oh my god. Josh, you're still here. Wow. Conan is the best book. I stand by my best book of the year.
No,
Absolutely.
it is not.
Absolutely.
No.
Slavic Wolverine was meh.
Middle of the road.
Not the best book, not the worst book. It's just, yeah, there's something missing. So
something's missing, all right.
Something's missing. Overall, I don't know if this was the greatest issue yet. Sure, it was sure damn fun though. Like I said, the pacing is great, and you get a ton of like ups and downs. It's like the Autobots are winning. Now the Decepticons are winning. Now the Autobots are winning. Now now it's death and destruction. But now it's hopefulness, and like it's just so you're hitting like all these peaks and valleys, and that's a great way to keep people engaged with your story. So
yeah, being able to have little skirmishes throughout, it's important to keep the action up, as well as being able to have the lulls in there, but still moving the story along. It's not just, well, that fight was over. Now what do we do? Oh, let's go here to get this thing. And now we got this thing. Now let's go to this person and do this. It's like, no, we can actually have some real conversations here and what it actually means for these robots to be on a planet full of humans.
Yeah, for sure. And it's that was probably the best part of the conversation about the dialogue was like you were saying earlier, how do we save these people? How do we save these humans without kind of helping ourselves first? Because like you said, if Optimus dies, we are fucked. We are so done, and we won't be able to help anyone. We can't save anyone. So we kind of have to sacrifice ourselves, but in order to do that, we may have to go on the offensive, which is what they do at the end of the book. So, yeah.
Right. And there's those serious questions of those people that think, you're so altruistic. You're so just willing to die for a cause that it's like, no, I will not think about anything but this. But it's like, you have to have that rational thought of, okay, are you really thinking this through? Or are you just saying, no, everything matters. But we have to say, no matter what it takes, we got to do this. It's like, it's just somebody going down that path that is just, it's all they see. And it's like, is that necessarily the right plan? Is it necessarily the right course of action? I don't know. It might be, it might not be. And it's having that conversation about, is this the right choice at the time? Should we really be doing this? I know you want to sacrifice yourself and you don't care, but it's like, you probably should in the long run. So
yeah,
deep conversations with Transformers,
dude. Right? Oh my god! Like you don't realize it until someone has to mention it. But it's like, this is a robot book. It's like, wow,
it's a toy line.
Yeah. But there you go. It's the same thing with like Beta Ray Bill, right? Beta Ray Bill was in his book questioning his purpose, questioning his existence. He had these really deep talks with Scuttlebutt. And you know what? It's not super intellectual where it's like, oh, I don't even know what they're saying. Or it's like, oh, we're bringing in theology and philosophy. It's like, these are just really simple moralistic questions that people ask themselves. And Daniel Warren Johnson does a very good job at that. He's very good at writing moralistic tales of, maybe not necessarily moralistic, humanistic tales of like,
right.
How do we as humans deal with these things?
Right.
Yeah. So
it's great. Solid recommend, high recommend.
Oh, best book of the week by far.
Probably the best book of the week, I would say.
Yeah. Maybe Sacrificers might be up there as well, but yeah. Definitely not Zorro. That's for sure.
Well, maybe. Easy. Easy now.
Oh, watch
Easy
it.
now.
You watch your
Don't.
mouth.
Don't. I'm not in the mood.
Don't watch it. Don't
watch it.
Yeah. Should we? No, actually, here. We all read Green Lantern. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. If you guys want to talk Green Lantern for just a brief second, I shall return shortly.
So yeah, Kyle, I thought this was good. I enjoyed it. I love the tension between Sinestro and the United Federation of Planets people, and how just and then the attack happens and it's chaos after that. I had fun with this.
Yeah, I could relate to this from like a law enforcement perspective. When you have chain of command rotate and then you get a whole new chain of command in, and you're used to doing something a certain way, and then you have new supervisors coming in and saying, hey, we know what you were doing before, but you're going to change all of your tactics around and you're going to be doing this instead and this, and then you're going to get nothing but pushback. And Hal is like, fuck this, I'm leaving, which been there before. And so you can see some of the changing of the guard is not necessary. It's like it hurts in a way where you're just like, no, I feel like I don't have a voice anymore. Like, I'm just a piece of shit. Sector 2814 is gone. Like, I can't protect my own. And they're like, they have tons of superheroes on Earth. Like, we don't need to be wasting how many Green Lanterns for 2814, which is a fair point. It's like, yeah, it's kind of true. So, yeah, I really liked some of the dialogue going on in here with Sinestro and the United Federation of Planetary People. I don't know whatever the fuck they're called. And yeah, I like where it went. I know this whole issue was nothing but flashback for the most part. So yeah, it was interesting to see what happened with Sinestro and why he ended up where he did and what this means. I thought it was good. I could relate.
That is pretty interesting. The fact that, yeah, because this is the police force. There's this intergalactic police force. So for you, this probably hits home with people giving you, like you said, a different assignment. You know, you've been assigned this sector, you've been assigned this job for however many months or years, and someone comes in and just says, nope, that's not how we're doing it. We're under different management now, and you're now assigned to this sector. And it's like, whoa, hang on a second.
Yeah, it's easy to be like, nope, fuck off, I quit, I'm done.
Yeah. And even Hal says to like Kilowog, he's like, tell me one reason why I shouldn't quit right now. And Kilowog says, because I'm asking you to, you know.
Yeah. And there are guys I worked with that had that same mentality, and I didn't quit because of them. It's like, God damn it. Like,
yeah,
that's exactly that part I really hit home. I was like, yeah, that's actually true. That tracks.
Yeah, I thought this was fine. The art was jarring for me though. Comparatively to the last issue, you know, where you're getting all these really beautiful constructs and really cool artwork and stuff. This kind of felt like it was like, it's all right. It's not terrible.
It wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
It was serviceable. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
But no, this was a borderline. This was a good Green Lantern issue. I liked it.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah, I agree.
Green Lantern.
To recommend.
I would give it, if you're collecting the Green Lantern series, it's a recommend. If you have like an extra $5, sure, maybe. But this isn't an issue that's going to change your life. So
maybe that's what it takes for a recommend. It has to change your fucking life for a recommend.
Hey, considering the
high bar.
Considering the fact that for some people the Transformers book might make them cry because it deals with the loss of your son, the loss of your family. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty high fucking bar. So
you want all of them to hit that standard? The Green Lantern we've been getting has been dog shit / no Green Lantern. At least we get that in this, and then we get Hal pretty much being proven right. Like, there's a reason you're heavy hitters, and there's a reason you're vets might know and they might need to have a say in their assignments and why we do things a certain way and why we've been doing things a certain way.
Yeah.
That's not to say that we've always done it this way. That's all it has to be. No, you can get new voices in there, but this kind of rings true to where it's like, yeah, I fucking told you I was right, you asshole. You didn't listen to me. Now look what happened. He's like, but it was fine. I don't understand. It's like, yeah, because you're an idiot. I've been doing this a lot longer than you have, so I like.
And that is a good commentary on the bureaucracy of like the higher ups, right? Is like they're like, oh well, we're gonna just have him sign this treaty because he needs to be in. And it's like, I've dealt with this motherfucker. He's not that guy. We don't need, like, he should not be involved in this. We don't need to have him sign this treaty. And this guy's kind of saying, no, we need, and it's like, gotta listen to your men on the field. You gotta listen to your men on the ground because they see what's going on, you know. So
they know. Yep.
But so yeah, no, it's a recommend. Yeah, considering, I mean, like, comparatively to issues like 1, 2, 3, and 4, maybe this was good. So
yes, I agree. Upward trajectory for this series.
Yeah, look at that. Here, and for you know, this will be our, we'll put a stinger in here
of our final judge. Thumbs up, average.
Nice. How's it going, Cristiano? So we are talking comic books this evening. So sometimes on Sunday evenings we'll talk about Marvel movies or DC movies or movies within you know, our space. But tonight is all comic books, my friends. So if you want to hang out and listen to some comic reviews, feel free to join us. So thanks for being here. And if this is your first time, welcome. So yeah, that was Green Lantern. What's the next one up on the list? So I read the first few pages of Rise of the Powers of X. The artwork in this is like beautiful. I didn't understand a single thing that was happening, so dipped out.
I stayed away from it, so
that's probably smart.
I didn't want anything to deal with X-Men, so like I was like, I don't care.
Yeah, Drew, did we lose you? Yeah, he's giving me the circle of death on here. So
now we're both doing it.
Oh shoot, maybe your little state over there is having internet issues.
Hey, we're gonna be hit with some bad weather apparently.
Ooh,
like tomorrow and Sunday. Talking to like not snow again, but high winds tomorrow and cold weather and bullshit. So who knows what's going on?
Damn. Well, be safe, man. Hopefully you guys are all right then.
I hope so. Thanks.
Weather sucked here today.
That was awful.
Just
today.
really snowy or really cold, or
snow
what?
And rain, a mix. At least down here, I'm on the south of Indianapolis. So
and it's gonna be windy all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh,
like high winds, like 40, 50, 60 mile an hour
winds. Ooh, which makes it way fucking colder.
Yeah.
Because that stuff will bite through your clothing and it's just, it's miserable. So, yeah, the worst too is like, I remember in Texas, we had like a snowmageddon out of nowhere. Because at least where I was in the middle of Texas, Abilene, it was like 100 degrees like most of the year, 100 plus degrees most of the year. And then in December, all of a sudden it started snowing, but it rained first and then it froze overnight and then it snowed. So all of the ice was underneath the snow. So it was just miserable.
That's the worst. That's what happens here in Indiana, like predominantly down south, like of Indianapolis, that area. It's like get hit with the ice. It's ice, freezing rain. I'd rather have 10 feet of snow than, you know, half an inch of ice everywhere.
Oh yeah. Because snow, at least, okay, you can get your you can get a snow plow, or you can get a shovel, or you can do something. You can put chains on your tires. You can deal with snow, but ice is like, it's unpredictable. Like you don't know.
Not that you can't do it. It's just if there's nobody coming through intersection, I'm going right through. If there's a stop sign, I'm just going right through because
Jesus.
the second I stop, I'm not moving. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep going.
You know what's the worst though? Black ice. Yeah, that'll
Oh.
literally rob you of your balance.
Take everything, right? Leave you with nothing.
Leave you with nothing. Those black ice is
Man,
just
black eyes, man.
Black eyes.
Jeez.
Gotta watch
No
out
thanks.
for that black ice.
Man.
Yeah.
So much
Josh
of it
says
down here.
Yeah, we get a lot of black ice up in LA, but not so
Do
much
you?
down here in Southern California.
Okay. Well, good for you because, man, let me tell you.
Yeah. Josh says, Max, that's what we're supposed to get this weekend. Rain and freezing temps. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal, man. Be safe out there.
Mhm.
But when did comic books credits start being printed on the front cover as opposed to the side or one of the inside pages? Oh man, it's been on the front of covers for a while now, at least since I can remember.
Oh, yeah.
But in the 80s, like there were some Batman books in the 80s where they didn't credit anyone until like the very last page.
Yeah.
Maybe like some of the Denny O'Neil stuff. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Some of that, yeah.
So,
some Neil stuff.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Drew.
I was just gonna say, yeah, you would have no clue who worked on the book at all
Yeah.
until you got to the end or whatever. If you're lucky to find it.
Yeah.
So next up, at least in the terms of order, would be Titans, Beast World, She-Hulk, and then Sacrificers. I don't know if you guys read Beast World or She-Hulk.
I did. Beast World was okay. It was good.
Didn't read Sensational She-Hulk. I couldn't, and then I read Sacrificers. Avi.
Yep.
So I think we all read Sacrificers. I'm gonna pull an audible though, because I need to get this out of the way. I'm so curious. I'm so curious because this has been biting at me all evening. For those of you who don't know, oh gosh, tie a tube to the back of your 4-wheel drive and go coasting. Hey, if you want to have some fun, get after it, Josh. Yeah,
hell yeah.
That's like some sled neck shit right there.
Mm-hmm. Too old for that shit.
Yeah. So yeah, chat. For those of you who don't know, Zorro, Man of the Dead is a crowd-funded book, right?
Yeah. So the hardcover collection of the story is crowdfunded. Massive is putting out the single issues of it.
Gotcha. So this is a Sean Gordon Murphy creation. He is writing and illustrating on this. And I'll say the illustrations are beautiful. Like,
oh yeah,
Sean Gordon Murphy is he's an extremely talented artist. I love the way that he draws Zorro.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not Totes Dwarfs, but no, but this is like, it's so well drawn and illustrated. Like I now kind of want him to see what he can do with like a Western, see what that might look like. And the first few pages of this comic are like, oh, this is cool. We're going to get a Zorro story, huh? The Blade of Zorro. And you're like,
huzzah!
Whoa, huzzah, the savior of La Vega. And I'm thinking, dude, okay, let's go. This is going to be great. Like a classic, pulpy kind of action hero story. Nope, it's a bait and switch.
What?
And he, spoilers, dies on like the 4th page.
Whoa.
Yeah. And his son and daughter are there to witness it because of the drug cartel that have taken over La Vega. And the boy basically gets adopted by like a surrogate father or, this other guy. And the sister, like, come on.
Hell yeah.
It's like,
badass.
Can we do anything more stereotypical?
Making her a
and
strong
what's
woman?
sad is that I remember Perch was defending Sean Gordon Murphy with this because
What was he
it
saying?
leaked about this character, and yeah, I think Perch was saying, like, "Oh, she's not a big part of the story." You know, people are taking it out of control. It's like she's not in it for that much. She's not the lead. It's like, I don't know. She's a pretty significant character in this damn book. So,
Dude,
she's
Sorry,
not
go ahead.
likable. She is just a gay, lame, pissed off, unlikable character.
It says so much about how every single time you can blueprint it, you can lay it out, and you can say, all right, the story's going to focus around a lesbian strong female woman. She's going to be insufferable, she's going to be condescending, she's going to be arrogant, she's going to be like, stoic and badass, and she's like, I don't fucking care, whatever, but it doesn't matter, right?
Hell yeah.
And nothing's going to affect her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not only is she all of these things, but she works for the drug cartel who killed her father. Why she works for them, I don't know.
To get inside.
To go. And when she even goes to the priest and she's like, "Oh, are you still working for them?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm not working for him. I'm his driver." And he's like, "Bitch, you working for the man because you are complacent, right?" Like, what does he say? You're turning a blind eye to his sins. Doesn't that make you culpable? And I'm like, yes, it does actually. She's a terrible person. She's a fucking awful person.
Yes.
And we're all supposed to believe, oh, she's just so tortured. She lost her dad and she had to work for the drug cartel.
Yeah.
Oh man.
In a city, in an area where it's like, as a woman, you're oppressed anyway. You got to fight for everything.
Oh no.
You have to fight for your right to party. You got to fight for your right to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's
she's
right.
sticking it to men. You know what? It's about
Sticking
time.
it to the man. Yeah.
It's about time.
It is about time. It's about time that we've seen this character 30,000 times in movies, comic books, video games. It's the classic trope, and it's like, God damn it! You had me the first 3 pages. I thought I was going to get a Zorro book, and that's not what I got.
Zorro. We get Zorro.
We get dollar store fucking son Zorro.
We get Danny Trejo.
Hey, look, and his literal name in the comic is Trejo.
Yeah.
See,
that's his name.
Hey, kids can do stuff now.
Yeah. Ladies can do stuff now.
What are you talking? I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, as you can see, Trejo is very protective of Rosa. They didn't even try. It's just like, oh yeah, he's just Trejo.
He carries a machete around. Yeah.
Yeah. So the La Roja or whatever, the drug cartel guy, he goes, I need you to take me to this place where I'm going to kill this guy. And we find out that the son has been, practicing sword fighting. He's been adopted by this other guy. He's been working his ass off. He's been training. He's, well groomed and he's well taken care of, and he's trying to make a better life for himself, even after watching his father die. And she comes in, realizes that the guys that she's working for are about to kill the adopted father. They end up killing him. He witnesses it. She hides it, or she tries to hide him from these guys. And in order to avenge his, adopted father's death, he takes on the mask of Zorro.
When he gets the blade belonged to Zorro.
To Zorro,
yeah. His spirit now flows through you.
Ooh.
So this part, this should have been the book.
It is in the book because it's in the book. Yeah, you're right.
No, should be the only. Like, this should be the book. Well, okay.
Wow, you can't have the light without the dark, Max.
No. Here's how the book should have been. It should have been 22 pages of Zorro, the blade of Zorro. But we don't get that. So then it's like, okay, well, what's the next best thing? Maybe his son. Okay, that would be cool.
Well, but we literally got
No?
the Blade of Zorro because he has the Blade of Zorro.
Is that what his name is going to be? The Blade of Zorro? Is that the
Could
son's
be.
name?
What if, just playing devil's advocate, what if she turns out to be a villain and then they have to fight each other? What if she turns to the dark side?
Do you think that this cover of his book looks like she is in any way going to be seen as the villain?
She's driving a
No.
car incredibly dangerously fast, and she is a woman who can't drive. So she could be trying to kill him.
I think she's going to be Zorro by the end of the story.
There you go. Here's what I see. She is the driver. She's driving metaphorically and physically. She's driving the story. She's driving, and she is in the driver's seat of the story. And the kid Zorro, the son Zorro, is only an afterthought. And it's a shame because I would read a comic book with this guy, not this bitch who's unlikable, who's insufferable, condescending.
She's trying to kill him.
No.
Look at that. She's got an evil smirk. She's like, I'm going to kill this fuck. Or she doesn't even know he's up there. She has no idea. She's like, oh, I don't know. I'm just driving like a psychopath because I'm a woman and I don't know how to drive. And it's like, oh, no. And yeah. And look, she's turning his back on him. She's like, I don't fucking need you. So she's going to take over the cartel. That guy's going to die. She's going to take over as head of the cartel. And he's then going to have a dilemma of, can I actually kill her? And the answer is yes. And he slits her throat at the end of the book.
See,
what if that happens?
You're thinking that she is actually a villain, whereas the author, Sean Gordon Murphy, wants us to believe that she is the hero.
Is that what he wants you to think?
That's what
maybe he's playing like 4D chess.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This is good. Zorho. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's her and her lesbian lover. She's like the muscle, and it's them trying to take over this cartel. And then he's like, "No, I must stop her from taking over the cartel."
The cartel.
Yeah. Am I frozen again? Son of a bitch.
Yeah, you are. But that's okay because Drew's showing off his OnlyFans feet page. So.
Oh, he's got a foot scream.
Hey.
Yeah, it's for Quentin Tarantino and others. Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Hey, I'd watch a Quentin Tarantino Zorro film.
Oh hell yes, I would in a heartbeat.
Dude, how freaking dope would that be?
Oh my god, that would be too good.
Yeah. This is sad, JK, and I'm sorry that you. Well, actually, it's good that you canceled the funding, but I'm sorry that you had to because the art is gorgeous in this. But she says, I will say Sean Gordon Murphy was nice about it, but I just didn't want to read another of the same story, and that's totally fair. After reading this, I don't see you didn't do anything wrong. And
she'll be a villain. You'll see. She'll be the villain, and they'll have to have a huge showdown, and he'll have to take her life. But not before she confesses all her sins.
Yeah, right. Oh, and remember what the priest said? She's like, don't you look down on people or don't you look down on me? Don't you not agree with me? And he goes, oh, I look past that stuff when it's people that I like or something like that. I was like, what the fuck? No, that's not how this works, dude. You're a priest, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like a priest. I heard priests say that all the time.
Yeah. She goes, I didn't think the church would be accepting. And he goes, in the interests of my flock, I'm always happy to break the rules.
Hell yeah. Good for you, Padre.
All right. Corrupt priest then, I guess. Whatever.
Hey, it's Mexico, right?
Sure. Everything's corrupt over there. It's La Vega, wherever that is.
Mm-hmm.
And listen. Yeah, it's the whole thing of love the sinner, hate the sin type of thing. I've never been to Catholic confession. I've always, been a Christian. But I highly doubt that if you were to go into a confession booth, that the priest would say, it's all good. I can break the rules. I don't know if I've ever seen or heard that.
Nope, not a confessional.
That's what I was told.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then there you go then. So. Yeah, so
Solid recommend. High
It's
recommend.
an absolute
I
skip
think
it.
story is going to go places that you can't even fathom. It'll go.
Oh man.
Go higher,
hey.
further, and faster.
Yep.
Thanks for the interesting, tidbit here, Josh. He says Danny Trejo bought a donut shop in L.A. on Highland and Santa Monica that was famous for having tranny hookers out there.
Oh, how about that?
The more you know. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, star shoots across. Yeah.
Did Sean Gordon Murphy happen to visit this place and get ideas for Zorro?
Maybe. But damn it all, I was so excited for this. Look at this page, man. And you're going, all right, let's get. And I think that's probably why I got so upset, is because I was like, I was duped, I was fooled, I was bamboozled,
Hoodwinked.
Yep.
hoodwinked even. Yeah. Because you get such a great, he's like, he's liberating the people from the tyranny, he's freeing the people of La Vega and Dia de los Muertos.
See, I also thought at the beginning it was like a stage play because I saw like
maybe.
a microphone or something. I'm like, oh, they're reenacting a Zorro story or something that they're like, hey, remember when Zorro was a thing? And no, that was actually, I'm like, oh, that was really Zorro. He's actually dead. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, so that, yeah, well, yeah, you're so right, because like they have a microphone for Dia de los Muertos. And you're going, oh, so is he like a stand-in? Like, are they doing, like, are they, like you said, are they doing a play, or are they demonstrating something? No, it's actually him. And when the drug cartel comes up, he literally just does nothing and gets killed. Like, right away.
Subvert expectations in the best way possible.
Yeah. Oh, well, best way possible.
That
That's
face.
a stretch.
Jesus.
she's got the fucking eyebrow thing. I thought this was a man at first, honestly.
Yeah.
But what
it's like, what's going on, Coyote Ugly? Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, she's had a rough life living down there. Rode hard, put away wet. You're going to be looking like that.
What's going on, fellas?
Yep.
I don't know, man. Beautiful looking book. Just take all the dialogue out of here. Take the female take the sister out of this book, and maybe you have something on your hands. But Jesus, man, I mean, okay. Even so, say she does become a villain, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
What's the story now? It's brother against sister. Is that what the story would be?
Yeah.
Who are we supposed to root for?
Siblings? Yeah, trying to one becoming the ultimate good, one becoming the epitome of evil, and what that means as far as this woman taking over the cartel that killed their parent, like their dad. What does that mean? How does that is like, and how do you tackle that issue? What would cause her to go that way? What would cause him to go the other way? Is it nature? Is it nurture? There's a lot of things you could play with, and that's exactly what he'll do.
Oh boy, you attribute a lot of goodwill towards the book, because
he
was like, whoa,
genius.
that actually sounds really well done. You could play with that, and you could have brother against sister. And at the end, when they confront each other, the brother saying, I loved you. We grew up together. You and I witnessed our father die, and you would fight for, and you would be, you would work for, not only work for, but take over the cartel for the man who killed him. I thought the dad taught us better. I thought that, you stood for something greater than that. A lot of questions that could be asked, but no, that won't
she's
happen.
like, all I saw was oppression. All I saw was somebody who stood up against people that were trying to make my life better, and I don't know, whatever bullshit you want to say. And she's like, no, I saw it for this. And then he has to ultimately take her life.
That would be pretty damn cool. I mean, shit, if that is how he's going to run this book, then yeah, I will retract what I have said. But for the most part, issue 2 looks like it's going to be her driving around being like, let's go, dude. Just,
she's like, what is that up there? I'm going to try to kill you. I'm going to fucking ram you into this brick wall like a tornado.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to that, which is so sad because it's like it's so easy, right? It's so easy. Like the whole book could have just been those 3 pages and just, extend that into a story. But nope. Nope. You have to do
Yep.
something
For a
really
book about
dumb.
faith, you have none of it. All right. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Good for you.
It's like the sword of Zorro, the vengeance of Zorro. And everyone's like, whoa, this is a cool Zorro book. It's like, oh, nope. It's about the daughter. It's like, oh, okay. That's
Maybe
not what I bought.
a new Zorro and a daughter who could turn evil. We don't know.
Who will become the new Zorro. I think ultimately they are going to end up working together and they will be the new Zorro. The
Oh,
two of them.
100%. Yes. That's exactly how it'll go.
Yeah. So, yeah, yeah. Skip it. I'm so mad. I'm so salty. The only thing I can pride him for is the fact that he came on Perch's show and like full out said the story is about the sister. The story is going to follow the lesbian sister. Because if he hid that shit all the way up until people backed that book, that would have been people would have been fucking furious.
Oh, hell yeah. Because that book was expensive. And the covers that
Yes.
I wanted
Yeah.
were super expensive. You can only get them through, I think, a couple of tiers. Because
Yeah.
there was one cover that I was like, I want that cover. And of course, you couldn't get it by itself. And I was like,
Mm.
fucker. And
Yeah, I didn't bag it because of that reason. When he said that she was the star of the story, I'm like, nope, I am not buying a Zorro comic for her.
yeah,
Yep.
I'm like, sorry, don't care.
And that's the thing. It's like Zorro, man of the dead. Are you sure about that, John Gordon Murphy?
She
Or
could
Sean
be a
Gordon?
man. You don't know. Easy.
But she's a lesbian, so if she's a man, then how can she?
Well, she likes women,
I
so that
guess-
makes her a man, right?
Maybe she has both sexual organs.
Oh,
Men like
Oh.
women if she likes women.
interesting. Blake Northcott edited this. Okay, I didn't know that.
She's yeah.
Yeah, like this Lee Bermejo cover. Holy mother, dude, that's beautiful. Like it looks like a photo.
But there is something gay about him being on a motorcycle, though.
Yeah, he
It
should be able to.
doesn't look right. It's not right.
It just looks
Yeah.
so bad. Like, it just doesn't work. He needs a horse. Sorry.
Horse, yes, he needs the horse.
But yeah, no, there were definitely some cool covers on here. Black and whites look great. But yep. Can't support something that's gonna
Must miss.
yeah, must miss this coming winter. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A 100% for Sacrificers number 6. What did you guys think of this issue?
It was
Not a
good.
hundo.
Yeah, well,
It's
I
good.
was concerned at first with
Me
with
too.
the certain character, but
Mhm.
by the end of it, I'm like, it totally redeemed itself. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I love where this is going now. This is great.
Yeah. I was worried leading up to
Mm.
the end, but then I was like, oh, now we got a real interesting dynamic going on by the end of this issue. And
Yeah.
I'm liking this. So
Mhm.
this
Really showed
was
me something.
great.
Our
Yep.
favorite fucking character comes back.
Yeah.
And boy, is
With
he
a
back
vengeance.
and better than ever. Yeah. So yeah, Kronos or whatever his name is, he goes up to Luna because their daughter is missing from the previous issue, and we were like, yes, finally, she finally got what she deserved.
Mhm.
Kind of, because in this issue she gets away. But he is kind of like seducing her and saying like, my beautiful, wife, where is our daughter? Because she's not with you and she's not with me, so you must know where she is, right?
Mm.
And she's like, no, you drove her away, you scared her away. And he goes, no, I think you had something to do with it. And we end up seeing right before she's about to die that our pigeon boy from last issue, who got caught in the
Sewer
or chocolate
thing.
sewer place, yeah,
Yep.
he ends up breaking the water duct coincidentally, and ends up right where he needs to be.
Mm.
And
Uh-oh.
obtains
The unobtainium.
the unobtainium juice.
Yeah.
And the Cenobite knows that he's like, oh, you fucker, you took what was mine, which is godlike powers,
Yep.
which are her godlike powers from Kronos and Luna.
Mm.
So him being the good little pigeon boy that he is, he's like, oh my God, someone's in help. I need to help him. They end up escaping. This was dark.
This was creepy. Nasty.
This was dark.
Yeah, it's just fucked up.
Oh, just bodies. And then the
Just thrown out in the
orca, the
Yeah.
whale girl, and you're like, oh Jesus.
The flies buzzing around. It's like, oh
Ah.
God, the stench.
You see just how long this has been going on.
Yeah. Mountains.
Yep.
Mountains
Days.
of
Days.
yeah.
Been going on for days.
Ugh. But yeah, my immediate response was, oh, imagine the smell. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's just death. This dialogue exchange, I was like, I don't know, it was very interesting. Very interesting. Because like there were moments where I was like, okay, like I kind of agree with Kronos, but then I was like, she's insufferable. She's being a hypocrite. But then I was like, but he's also a bad guy. Like they're both bad, right? They're both bad people.
Yes.
Right. Because they're elites. They're evil.
Yes. Yeah. But he's like, we need to find common ground. We have to tell our daughter, that we're fine. We're not fighting. Everything's okay. And she's like, I'm not taking part in this shit. I'm not going to allow you to do that to her. And this is where it gets interesting because he says, for eons, you drank the elixir with the rest of us. I did not know that. And so he goes, so suddenly you're better than us? Because she's basically saying, I'm too good for that. I'm not going to do that anymore. And it's like, bitch, you've been doing this you think you're so holier than thou now?
Right. It's time to die off. Let the new... Yeah. She's seen the light.
Yeah.
She's reformed. She's like, no, we're time for everyone else to take over. The next generation. He's like, the fuck?
Yeah. When she goes, it is time to grow old to allow the next generation their time. I was like, oh no, it's one of those again.
Yep.
And then he just goes full rage mode. And
cancer.
Yeah.
Which
this
is like,
next
hey,
panel,
you're talking
dude,
back. I mean,
Sean Connery said it best, didn't he? Right? But dude, this panel right here where he just like goes full lava mode and just destroys all the moon people.
Hell yeah.
Insolent beings. Yeah, he's like, what you forced me to do.
See, it's her fault.
Yeah. Just melts the hell out of everything.
Hell yeah.
Dead. Nor will you ever eclipse me again. I like that line a lot as well. That was cool. So
literally and figuratively.
Exactly. Which is plays on both levels.
Perfect.
So this is where, and I don't know if you guys felt this as well, but I was kind of like, Pigeon Boy, why are you helping her? She sucks. Let her, leave her alone. Like, don't.
Well, I think that just shows his character. Yeah, yeah, it's a character moment.
Yeah, he's a naive little bitch.
Well, that's why we love him, because he's like the optimistic, hopeful, he's the one that we want to aspire to be like.
Yes.
Right.
And
he's Billy Mumford.
Yes,
yeah. Cockeyed optimist.
Yep.
What did you say that for? It's like, oh, you're a god? You're one of them? It's like, no shit.
Luna, she's my mother. You're one of them. Mother, please, I'm in terrible danger. I beg you help. And he starts destroying these monster dudes. Because he's like, I'm so sick of being weak and ineffective, so I'm going to protect myself and her Look at how jacked he looks. He looks great.
Yeah.
Just starts ripping heads off.
Look at that.
And so she realizes, and he realizes that he took her power, her godlike power. And she goes, "Give it back, you filthy pigeon." And he pushes her to the ground and he goes, "You'll do nothing."
Yeah, bitch. Sit your
Let's
ass
go,
down.
pigeon boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "You can no longer revel in having what others do not." She's like, "I've lost everything. Please, you should help me." And he goes, "Me help you?" And you're like, "Oh my God, dude, this guy is like, maybe he's turning into like a power corrupted, hungry,
Maybe that's what this power does. It corrupts you. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Oh.
Yeah. Because he says, "You've had people help your entire life. There's only one way to help you, by leaving you to fend for yourself." And look at his eyes. He's like,
He's not wrong.
No,
he's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this scares me when he goes, "Me help you," because that's like an elitist thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then I agree with him here when he says the best way to help you is by leaving you to fend for yourself.
Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps.
Damn, based pigeon boy coming in for the win. And then he's right. "Your family murdered my best friend.
Yeah, fuck you.
I'm going to reward them."
Oh,
Pigeon boy. Let's go.
For the win.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm so stoked. Yeah. I hope he fucking rips everyone a new one. I hope he just goes in there and just starts like Jesus in the
temple.
Where is he? The temple where he's just
flipping over all the
tables and whipping people out of there. Yeah.
Smacking people. Hell yeah. And drop kick, I think.
Oh yeah, he definitely did a couple suplexes on people, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ooh, JK, she says, "I have a confession. I enjoyed Batman and Robin this week, even though the eyes and costumes were off." I don't think I even read Batman and Robin.
It's
I hate that art. I cannot stand it.
It's something.
Yeah.
Such a weird dynamic between the two also.
Yeah, I never understood the dialogue between them.
It's a strange book. It's a very strange book.
Yeah.
And borderline pointless.
Yeah, Slavic. I mean, we got to put our Seinfeld references in here every single week. You can't not. It's like, it's a tick. It's like a habit now. It's like, yeah. We went over Green Lantern, did Miracleman. So this was just something cool. This was, I found this online as well. This is the complete, what is it? Batman Joker Diddly Duo Unplugged Complete. So this is all the issues of the director's cut, no dialogue, and all sketched. So all black and white.
That's real. That's real.
Frickin',
That's what's
oof.
God.
Sheesh. Imagine. If I ever tried to do anything that looked like this, it would take me my entire lifetime. This would take me literally decades to even get something close to this. That's wild.
As far as physique?
As far as like, if I wanted to draw something.
Oh, draw something. I thought you meant look like Batman in that shot. I'm like,
if I wanted to look like, yeah,
you shoot up enough stuff, you can look like that.
If I wanted to look like Batman in this image, I could probably do that realistically with supplements or like enhancing, probably 3 years, 5 years. He looks freaking solid, like 2% body fat. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Just borderline dangerous, but yeah.
You could very well potentially die, but yeah.
Yeah. Just by literally one punch.
He's Arnold Schwarzenegger in True Lies. Like one punch across the face and you're dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, a lot of those, it's funny because I have a lot of friends who do bodybuilding competitions, and they'll say that you are so deprived of water, you are so lean that when you like bump up against something, or if there's something sharp, your skin will get cut and bruised extremely easily because you have no water inside your body. So you just get you get cuts and scars and bruises like all over you just from doing the most mundane things.
Damn.
So yeah. But yeah, beautiful book. Highly recommend. Highest of recommends. And then Sacrificers, I think we're all going to unanimously recommend. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Luke Cage, Gang War.
Ooh.
Oh my
well,
God.
I mean, how could you not? Let's see here. I'm going to duplicate this bad boy. Man, it's such a bummer that Transformers came out like right when we started doing the show.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I know.
So yeah, I did not read Luke Cage, but Kyle and Drew, you guys did. Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun.
Thoughts?
It was,
yeah, super fun. Yeah.
It was something. I don't understand. God damn it, that fucking costume.
Oh, we'll get there. Where is it? Is it like towards the end of the book?
Oh, it's the last page.
Okay.
No, real quick, wait, what the hell are we doing here? Is this an actual gang war? Is this a super powered enemy that they're fighting? What is going on here? I don't understand it. This is beyond ludicrous at this point.
What, you don't like the Cage Buster, Drew?
Oh,
God damn it.
The Cage Buster is gonna stop the crime war or the gang war.
Because it's a gang of robots now. They decided to gang up. Oh God.
Oh no, Jacob. He goes, I just dropped in, and the first thing I see is that badass Batman artwork, and I'm like, oh no, now you're seeing Luke Cage in a Cage Buster. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
We went from like the legendary best of the best artwork to Cage Buster.
Too awesome. To a guy with superpowers who's already basically invulnerable. Getting in a robot.
Yeah, it's like Superman wearing armor in a New 52. It's like, why the hell is he wearing armor? He doesn't need. He's Superman.
Yeah, he's Superman. He doesn't need it.
Now, what is a worse? What is the word? Which is more worser? Worser. Which one is worser?
Okay.
Cage Buster or Thanos driving and hot wiring a car?
Oh, can't Thanos in the
Thanos.
Yeah, I will say I posted that Thanos on Twitter, and I said the absolute state of Marvel Comics is a joke right now, and I just posted that panel, and Perch retweeted it. But it looks like he defended. Oh, interesting. He defended Cage Buster on Twitter. Wow.
What?
I don't know how you can defend this. You can't.
Yeah,
You can't
interesting.
defend this. It's fucking stupid. Gang war is fucking stupid. You can't defend this. It's
wow.
This is a joke.
Yeah, Josh thinks Thanos is worse. I agree. I think the
Yeah.
Thanos car is way worse, but this is still very funny.
It's hysterical.
Did they say why he's in it or like how he got it?
I think it was from the Alistair Smythe. Didn't he build it or something?
Yeah. And because again, they're fighting robots and not Iron Fist. Danny Rand doesn't have powers, so he's useless, but he knows martial arts. And it's like, what are we gonna do? We have all these robots. Oh, we need to fight robots with It's like, what? Like, where is this taking place right now? Like, what? Huh? How many gang wars are going on right now? Like,
71. That's not good. That's not good.
God.
I wonder, did anyone say anything about the Cage Buster? They're really just doing anything at this point. I wish that Luke Cage actually did mayor stuff when he's mayor.
Well, I don't know if you want to see mayor stuff. What is he just going to meetings?
Yeah, right. What would that be? Political intrigue, espionage,
debates, or cutting ribbons, or I don't know,
kissing babies' foreheads. And stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever
Old
vibe
man
we had
shaking
in the first
babies.
issue. Yeah. This felt extremely relevant. Cage isn't even in the new suit, which I'm okay with because I don't like it. But it seems like you'd use it as much as you can. The Cage Buster at the end was neat and all, but not enough for it to be the only exciting thing about the issue. It was neat, guys.
Exciting. What's exciting?
Oh my god. Again, dude, this wasn't as good as the last few issues, but I appreciated it. 4 stars.
What does that even mean?
I appreciated it for existing. Did you
For
appreciate
what?
it for what? What? But 4 stars. 4 stars.
4 stars.
Dude, I give Transformers books 4-star ratings.
Yes, and
Like,
rightfully
a
so.
Transformers book is like a 4.5 star.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wasn't as good as the last few issues. Nothing has happened in this entire fucking gang war, especially with Luke Cage, other than getting an iron mask.
Oh yeah, other than getting the steel.
Mask. And told by cops, "Hey man, you better stop doing that. You know you're mayor, and you can't be out here, superhero man, because you're not allowed to have superheroes intervene."
And they're like, "I'll shoot you, Luke Cage, because you're a criminal."
And you're
like,
black.
You're not going to shoot.
No, whoa.
Oh well.
Easy.
Got to watch out for that black ice.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, no, it's like, but they're criminals over there, and they're like, "No, you're a superhero, so you can't. You're a criminal."
Yeah, you stop and you let them get away with that stuff. He's like, "Man, these laws suck." You're literally the mayor. You can change the stuff.
Are you Riggs from Lethal Weapon?
Hell yeah.
Man, I'm getting too old for this shit.
Get too old for this shit.
Okay, here we go. Josh's bad take alert. Oh boy. He says, "I'll defend it. It follows Frankie One Piece logic." Oh, okay. It's One Piece.
What the fuck is that?
It's not why, it's why not. Luke Cage running around in a mech suit is bonkers. Does it make sense? Not really, but I'll take this over other sins.
What?
Oh, that's what Perch said. Okay, never mind. I thought, Josh, that's what you were saying. Okay.
I don't know what any of that meant.
One Piece is fun and wacky and kind of out there because it's the logic is why not? Why not have, these characters do this crazy stuff that's like within universe or within continuity because it's bonkers. It doesn't make sense, not really, but I'll take this over like them cucking Luke Cage or something, right? So I think that's what Perch is trying to say, maybe. I don't know.
It doesn't sound like you're defending it, though. You're not saying it's a good idea. You're just saying, well, it could always be worse. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit, it could be worse, but it's bad. That doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah, defending something, I feels like you're sticking up for it to say, like, hey, this is actually good.
Right.
Whereas, like, if you're just
because it's good, and here's why I think it's good. Not, well, this stuff is really bad. It's bad, but it's not really, really bad.
Yeah.
So why
like, I'll take
defend it then? Like, you don't need to defend. What are they paying you? Like, I don't understand. Why are you defending it? It's stupid.
Oh, no. Perch is not a paid shill. He has millions of dollars without comic books. So yeah.
So he needs to not defend it and say it's stupid. Because it is.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy. Pretty damn goofy. So
whack,
jumping the shark.
Yeah. Let's see. What else did we read here? Oh, by the way, it's a skip it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
I read Swan Songs.
Yeah, it was good.
Very good. This was an Ice Cream Man tie-in.
And this was Josh's number 2. No, this was his number 1 of 2023. So, yeah.
I went back and read 1 through 5 because they're all different. They're all about things ending, and some were better than others. I personally like Ice Cream Man better. I did appreciate some of the other issues, though. Some were very good, and there was one about a marriage ending. This stuff is it's very deep, but this one, holy shit! Like it, yeah. The poem about ending. I mean, and this was a character we have met in Ice Cream Man at one point, and seeing the downfall of this character, but not just him, but because of his actions and where he's at, what it did to his family. But it's all told through poems. Holy shit! I mean,
Oh
it's
wait.
just
Is it the one guy? Oh my god. Oh please, I'm hoping it's the one guy.
The Snuffy Puppelkins, whatever. The Snuffleupagens.
No, I'm thinking the guy who had the family who was writing about the new Bible or whatever.
Yeah, that was Kyle's favorite book, I think.
that was my favorite book.
Yeah.
Different guy, but kind of along that same line though. But it's about what this guy does because he ends up in a mental institution and what it does to his family.
Wow.
Oh my god! Holy shit! Some of, I mean, how it is so dark. Just like some of these issues are so dark, you can't do anything but laugh.
Oh my god!
It got so dark, I was laughing because of what happened. Because you can't do anything else other than feel so horrible and depressed and like, what the fuck is life even about?
Yeah.
And if this nihilistic, all you can do is laugh, much like the comedian in Watchmen. It's like, that's what happens in this book. It's so bad at the end. I was cracking up because it hit.
It's like it's gallows humor. You know what I mean? It's like when you're so shocked that you like can't cry, you laugh. You know?
That's this book. It is not for the faint of heart. Honestly.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. His stuff, gosh dang. For the comics of the 21st century, not century, of the 2010s, we'll say that, his comics have been extremely life-changing, I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people who read them have to be ready for that. Because if they're not, they're not going to be... They're gonna want to turn away from it and be like, I don't really like that. It's too depressing or it's too blah blah. But if they're ready for what is that they're about to face, their own mortality, their own depression, their own vices, the deconstruction of life itself. It's heavy, man. These are subjects and topics that are not easily digestible.
So they're not at all. And it's for people that, have lived some of that. I think there's some catharsis to be had in that as well.
Yeah.
You can see it and appreciate it. And if you've had to live some of this stuff, you can look at it and be like, yeah, that's 100% accurate. And I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
And it's so true. And a lot of this stuff, it's like, fuck, that's good. Like you gotta commend this guy. He gets it. Absolutely, man.
Well, sweet. I need to get this in the trade when it comes out because this is the final issue in the series. But this stuff and Maxwell Prince's work is just like I said, it's life changing. He's doing some really incredible stuff that no one else is doing out there right now. So
correct. And doing it in poem form. Each story, like he is telling these people's lives.
Yeah.
All in different poems, poetry, different rhyme schemes, everything. Wow. It's like haiku. There's a haiku in here he writes about it. Like, I mean, there are how he narrates these lives of these. It's like, fuck. Like, it is so bad, but so good. And just, you have to, it's like, you have to experience it.
You don't read his books, you experience them.
Yep.
But it's the opposite of what you experience with Fire and Ice, Welcome to Smallville. You experience those books, but that's a whole nother thing. Was this reminiscent of the Giving Tree? Because this cover gives off Giving Tree vibes, if that makes sense. You remember that with the children's book with the green cover, and it's the boy who the tree gives him an apple, and then the boy grows up, and each time the boy keeps going to the tree gives him a little bit more of something, and then by the time the boy is an old man, the tree is cut down to a stump, and the boy gets to sit on the stump and showing that the tree is still giving him something. It's a really great book. It's like a good little children's book, but that's the art style and how this is drawn kind of reminded me of that.
No, it's more about a guy going crazy and ultimately killing himself by hanging himself.
Oh,
and his family, because he's locked up, they can't afford anything to live. So the wife is forced into sex trafficking, and the daughter is turning into a drug alcoholic piece of
God.
shit.
Oh my God.
I told
Well, I
you,
mean, like,
it's so bad.
You're right, Josh. Turd Burglar is validating your top pick of 2023. That's right. Yeah. But in all fairness, Josh, Turd Burglar had Ice Cream Man at his top pick. So it's like you guys both chose W. Maxwell Prince. So
yeah. I mean, this book starts out with a guy trying to kill himself and failing, and then ultimately succeeding.
Oh no.
Spoiler alert.
And I would expect nothing less from a W. Maxwell Prince book. Like if it's not that in the book, I don't want it then. So
you just can't help but you just see this downward spiral of these families. It's like, oh my God.
Speaking of wanting to kill myself, why don't you tell us about how terrible Netflix pitch is?
What did you just say? This.
I did not read it. So, full disclosure, I will just continue to shit on it because
you don't read it.
Why is anyone reading it?
Yeah.
Why is anyone reading it?
For the art, also. The art, you cannot debate that. This art is fantastic.
The art is good. It just looks so digital, you know?
Easy.
And watch it. And for me, it's a little digital. Oh, here it is. But hey, I mean, for Netflix pitches, when they need to storyboard, it's perfect, right? Because they can just take those digital renderings.
Look at that
and
art.
focus
Oh my
them
God, it's so
onto.
good.
Yeah.
Ah, so good. Yeah, so it's our main character coming to terms with the guy that has been following him. It turns out he's a vampire, and this guy was turned by this vampire. So he's kind of like the leader of this vampire brood, as it were. And he's like, you need to come back into the fold. I forgive you for leaving. Come join me. And our main character is like, no, I can't. And then this vampire goes after the son.
Ooh.
And this vampire ultimately tries to kill the son. And then he is left with a choice of you either have to bite your son to turn him into a vampire or he dies.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. The son is praying, like he's thinking somehow praying is going to save him from this vampire, this ultimate evil. He's like, God, I know we don't talk a lot, but I know right now I need your help. I beg you, save my father. And yeah, he doesn't. The son is dying. And this vampire is like, you got two options now. So, and he knows the only way for him to die is to kill this head vampire, sort of thing. So all the power comes through this guy.
You won't kill me, Ezra, if you do nothing, and no one will be able to save your son. Instead, you can have a choice.
Yeah.
And pray for absolution. Isn't it God's will after all? Maybe that will easier. So a lot of faith here. Lots of questions of faith. I remember issue 1, he was contemplating, like, why did my wife die? And contemplating his faith, praying with his son and stuff like that. So, which is what I commended. I was like, wow, we get like a noble, honorable father who's looking after his son, who's raised in the Christian church and all that stuff. So, yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah,
but
who ironically is a vampire and is hurt by crosses, but he still has faith.
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
Damn.
So
interesting.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what?
Story.
That confrontation. That's a cool image. That looks good. That confrontation might get me to rethink. I might.
So the dad still has to decide. His son's
Oh,
gonna
so
be
it
dead in a minute.
left on a cliffhanger, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
It's
Well,
not for the faint of heart. I understand if you're not man enough, you want to read it. I get it. You can stick with your Zorro books and your Luke Cages.
Oh, right.
That's cute,
Ooh,
but this is the big times. If you're not ready for the big times, I understand.
So you know what I'll do? I'll wait until the Netflix show comes out and I'll watch it then. How does that sound?
Won't do
No,
it.
that's New Bern. New Bern is the Netflix pitch.
That's
Netflix pitch.
Wait, was that also the TDS one, or that was God Country, or what was that? Something.
Yep.
One of these books had. They all have TDS, really, when you think about it.
In one form or another.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your recommend on Blood Commandment.
Yep. Pick of the week.
Oh man. Oh, this was okay. So I forgot, but this came out this week. I didn't get a chance to read this, but guys, our favorite
cover. God damn it.
our favorite movie with our favorite comic book writer and our favorite director. How could it go wrong?
Did you read this?
No, I don't think it was on the website.
That's a shame. They couldn't even illegally read it. They didn't even bother to put it up.
Someone was like, "You mean I have to buy this to then scan it into the website?" You know what? I'm good. I'm not going to waste my time. Yeah. I didn't see it on here unless you saw it, but no,
I didn't even search for it. I don't even know if it's Rebel. Is it called Rebel Moon?
Rebel Moon, yeah.
Rebel.
While you were looking for that, man, look at this. Vishal Phatak. I think it's Patak or Phatak. Well, that looks like $100, but I think that's $5, $2. In
what
American?
The fuck is that?
I think it's a
U.S.
Is that even real denomination?
Canadian pesos. French Canadian pesos.
British Canadian pesos. Okay.
Yeah.
In dinar, maybe. I don't know. But Vishal, this is great news. He says, "Oh, I caught you guys live. Max, I bought Klaus Deluxe after your recommendation. Absolutely loved it. Thanks." Dude, I am so happy that you bought it, and I'm even more happy that you loved it because I try and recommend this book to as many people as possible because a lot of people don't know about it. And every time I recommend it to someone, they always come back and they say that they loved it. So I'm so glad to hear that. And it looks like these are rupees. Well, thank you for the 100 rupees, man. And I'm super glad that you liked Klaus. It is my all-time favorite Christmas book, all-time favorite Dan Mora book. It's so good. So
bravo.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to catch us live, brother. Hopefully you are enjoying your, what would this be, morning, evening, afternoon? Yeah.
Was it 8-hour difference, something like that?
Yeah. I think Italy is 9 hours, something like that. So right around that area.
Yep. But yeah, that book is not on the sites at all. That Rebel Moon.
Yeah. Rebel Moon.
The Rebel Moon House of Blood Axe.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
that's a shame.
That's a shame. It's a beautiful illustration. I don't know who did the cover. Who did do the
It
cover?
looks like Lucio Perillo or a knockoff.
Oh,
of Lucio
Arterm.
Perillo.
Oh, Stanley Lau.
Oh,
Yeah. There you go. That tracks.
Yes,
Damn. So
yes.
they got the big time Stanley Lau art germ doing a cover for like a big time director with a movie that just hit Netflix, and it has a 63%.
Flops of shit, and nobody cares about it anymore. And
The
nobody
chick with
cares about
resting
these
bitch
characters.
face. Gotta love that.
It's like Valkyrie.
Oh, she does look like Valkyrie. Yeah. Actually, she has more expression in her face than Valkyrie from the MCU.
Oh,
What do you know
kind of
about
both
that?
the same.
No,
Constantly
Valkyrie's
pissed
an
off.
she just has that ugly smirk that I'm better than you.
Yeah. Ugh. Condescending, arrogant. Yeah.
Yeah, the MCU smirk.
MCU smirk.
That's an MCU.
Yoinks says, as shitty as the movie, this has got to be a giant joke, right? Like all of Rebel Moon. He's asking the hard-hitting questions. This is a joke, right?
I'm surprised they left that up.
I know, right? I mean, what else? Yeah.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna like it because he's doing the journalism that we need. The
Full
reviews that we
disclosure, I
need.
haven't seen Rebel Moon, so you have no fucking clue what you're even talking about, then, right?
I'm interested in the series. Being a fan of Zack Snyder, I figured I would try to glean a bit of the universe by reading this comic. Overall, the comic is fine, but reminds me heavily of Dune in certain tones of the storyline. There wasn't much that really stood out to me, but I'm still interested overall and want to revisit the comic after I have seen the movie to see if my perspective has changed.
So give it 3 stars. How do you even know what's going on? I haven't seen the movie. Like, why would you read a tie-in to something you haven't seen?
That's nothing more than a shitty Star Wars movie.
That's what I've heard. It's just a terrible Star Wars.
Wow, listen to this. So this guy thinks this guy thinks that Mags was actually the one who was polishing the turd of Zack Snyder's story.
Oh.
So, yeah, he says, it's obvious that Visaggio put some good work into attempting to polish this turd, but at the end of the day, it's a fairly poor story written well. What?
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Sure. Yeah, what happens when you get a shitty story written by a shitty writer? Do they cancel each other out and you get something beautiful?
You get double shit. That's what happens.
Yeah. It's genius. That's why Scott Snyder hired him. So
he is very stunning and brave.
Yeah, 63%. That's stunning and brave. That's 63% right there. So
it is wonderful.
Well, I think that's it, boys. Top of the week for me is Transformers. What about you guys?
Yeah,
the Transformers, definitely.
Yeah. I know, Kyle. It was a tough pick between that and Blood Commandment, but I think you got to give it to Transformers. I'm sorry.
Give Blood Commandment a shot. I guarantee. It's Swan Song, honestly, is up there too.
That's right. Yeah.
Hi. Both very different stories.
Yes. One is about optimism and hope and sacrifice, and the other is like
opposite of that.
Yep. So,
and Zorro's up there too. So top 3.
Oof.
You'll see. She'll be a villain.
Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta say Transformers, Sacrificers, and I want to read Swan Song, so I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow.
I would read this issue. Really They're all standalone. You don't need to read them from like beginning to end. They're all very different artists, so they're not even connected. So
sweet, man.
Read this one.
I can't wait. Yeah, it'll be good. Surprisingly, I think I'm actually going to give my worst to Zorro because there wasn't anything that was like offensively bad. Like the Luke Cage is dumb, right? But it's not offensive.
Ultimate Spider-Man is offensive.
It was that bad?
It's offensive to Spider-Man fans.
Wait, we need to tell Jem. We need to get Jem back on here and tell him that's your worst of the week. Because that was Jim's like pick of the week.
And that's fair. But ultimately, it's an insult to Spider-Man fans.
Wow. I don't think it's necessarily an insult to Spider-Man fans. I think it might be an insult to comic readers who want to see like
Spider-Man?
A first issue of a Spider-Man issue. Yeah.
As in they want to see Spider-Man. The cover, maybe?
Oh my god, look at how many different... Okay, so they did a black suit variant.
Yeah, they had over 40, I think like 20 to 40 variants for this issue.
Miguel O'Hara variant.
Oh.
20 to 40?
Where's Spider-Gwen?
She's on here, right?
Where's Miles Morales, the real Spider-Man?
Well, he's just Spider-Man, right?
You're correct.
Because you can't say Miles Morales because if you say Spider-Man, you're talking about Miles Morales, right?
Correct.
Or Peter Parker.
They're interchangeable.
Oh, okay, that's right.
When you have 2 Spider-Manses, you have all the Spider-Manses.
They're all the Spider-Manses. Well, let's end on a high note and just look at some of these. Drew, what was wow. It's like warm cookies right out of the oven. Just
warm blanket in front of a fire. Just
yeah, so much better. Drew, what was your top pick and what was your worst of the week?
I think top pick was probably Sacrificers for me.
Wow. Okay.
Transform. It's like I can't say Transformers because I haven't read it all the way through. So
that's true. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So for right now, it's Sacrificers. Worst of the week. I mean, Ultimate Spider-Man is right there. Zorro is right there.
Yeah.
Let me look at the list again. I gotta make sure that it's just.
Because there was Ultimate Spider-Man, Wolverine, Green Lantern, Batman and Robin, King Spawn, X-Men, Sandman, She-Hulk, Daredevil, Luke Cage, maybe.
I didn't read She-Hulk. I don't know if that was bad.
Sentry is pretty bad.
Sentry. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, the white guy's the evil one.
That tracks.
I didn't read Earth Divers. I don't know where they're at as far as the Constitution because I know Ben Franklin was in one of the last issues.
They're on issue 14. You've been reading for two years.
No, I only read like the last one or something.
Oh, okay.
I read like
I remember
the first
when you
2.
Yeah. I remember when you and Drew both read this first issue a year ago. Yeah, because it would be a year and 2 months ago, at least.
Yeah, that's about right.
And it was pretty funny. It was everything we expected. So
it's great.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I didn't read this one either because this was just I hunt or something.
And it was long-winded and boring.
And it's really boring. Like, even if the art is really good, it's still nothing I haven't seen before. Like, this is James Stokoe, this is Ed Piskor, this is Danny Warren Johnson.
Yeah.
But just not as good.
Correct. And boring.
Very, very boring. He looks like he's about to like take out an entire army, and it's like, oh no, I kill chickens with my bow and arrow.
Yeah, I want to hunt this deer.
Yeah.
It's like, what? That's it?
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's it for tonight. Unless you guys have anything else.
Not here.
No,
Cool.
no. I was just gonna say, tell everyone, hey, go if you didn't back Unholy Nightmare initially, the Backer Kit is available now. You can pre-order it now.
Oh, sweet, man. Okay, very cool. Yeah, you'll have to send me a link so I can start posting that whenever we do our next stream or whatnot. Because or for Max's Man Cave, we'll promote it there. So
cool.
Yeah, a lot of people loved Ultimate Spider-Man this week, and like I said, I think that's why I gave it a meh, because I know a lot of people have been just like. It's like if they gave us a competent Wolverine story tomorrow, I would probably like it as well, because I would have been like, we haven't gotten really good Wolverine for a while. So,
but if the story wasn't about Wolverine and if it was him moping around and not being Wolverine, you would be like, this is fucking retarded. Why do we have not Wolverine standing around talking about how, man, I really missed my adamantium and I feel like I'm missing something. And adamantium just falling out of the sky and hitting him and he has adamantium now.
Yeah, when you phrase it that way, that's actually pretty,
that's
Iron Man would come find him in a what do you call it, with Star Wars thing, where what is he?
Yep. The thing.
Shoot.
Yeah.
The thing. Yeah. The hologram. Yeah.
The guy.
Tony Stark would find Wolverine in a hologram and he'd be like, hey, You want to do the Weapon X program? And Wolverine would be like, what?
Logan, I know you don't know who I am, but let me tell you, you're destined for great things. I'm going to throw some adamantium at you, and it's going to get in you, and you're going to be a guy.
Yeah. Are you ready to go through some of the worst pain of your life?
I was born ready.
People are going to experiment on you for months on end, and you're going to become a living weapon. Yeah. Ooh, the illustrations of Selena Kyle. Where was Selena? Where was Selena in the? I thought Harley? I knew Harley was in Batman Joker Deadly Duo. Does Selena show up? I forget.
I don't think. Does she?
Yeah,
I don't think
briefly. Yeah, she's with Nightwing. She's with Nightwing in a couple
yeah, when aren't they going down the? No. Yeah, that's her.
Wait, is this her or is this the daughter?
Her. What?
The daughter that becomes the. Ooh, look at that.
That's hot.
Ooh, piece of candy. Oh, this is the scene.
Yeah.
This is the scene. Oh, it looks so good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily remember her being in the. Oh, get it off the screen. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. Catwoman was kneeling. Oh, maybe I didn't see it. Oh well. But yeah, no, this was a fun stream. This was really, I mean, like I said earlier, much earlier in the show, we've been wanting to do this for months now. So the fact that we got to go over Miracleman book 1 and that we got Gem Min on here for the review, that was awesome. So thanks to you guys for reaching out to Gem and making that happen. But that was super fun. And man, holy shit, was Miracleman just a pleasure to read. Seriously.
Just wait. It only gets better.
Oh yeah.
Oh, can't wait. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll choose a time next month and we'll decide on like a date and we'll say, okay, next month we'll go over, we'll discuss book 2, we'll grab Gem, we'll be back on here. And yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. And then book 3 will be February, March. We'll finish our trilogy in March with issue 15. So,
hell yeah,
yeah,
I'm there.
Can't wait for that. What's up?
Sounds like a plan to me. And
sweet.
We can get into more of the legal issues, legal entanglements with Neil Gaiman and Todd McFarlane.
Yeah. Because I'm interested in like what this whole Silver Age Miracleman is, that like the floppies that are being released. I have no idea what that is or how that plays into this whole thing. So that should be interesting as well. But,
oh yeah.
Chat, you guys have been amazing tonight. Thank you for all the memberships and all the super chats. Y'all are fantastic. And thanks for hanging out with us for so long. I hope you guys liked the Miracleman discussion. If you guys did, let us know in the comments. And let us know if you have read Miracleman before or if this is your first time hearing about him, because I had no idea who he was until a few months ago. So, but he is pretty damn awesome. So there it is, right there. And you can find those omnibus editions on Organic Price Books. Use code GEMMINT for $2 off. So there you go. Boom. Nailed it. Thank you guys as always. We will see y'all on Sunday for Max's Man Cave. And enjoy your weekend, guys. Thank you again for hanging out with us. And we'll talk to you soon. Take care.